Раз. Assalamu alaikum, Таджикистан! Уважаемые дамы и господа, добрый вечер и добро пожаловать Душанбе на арену Дворца тенниса и водных видов спорта, где IB Challenger при поддержке главы IBA Умара Кремлева, Международной ассоциации бокса и Федерации бокса Таджикистана представляют вам 8-й международный турнир Featherweight IBA.PRO с главным событием вечера – боем за титул IBA.PRO Intercontinental в легком весе, в котором сойдутся Кристофер МУАФО Камерун и Bakhodur USMONOV Таджикистан. Дамы и господа, наш турнир Featherweight IBA.PRO 8 проходит в рамках Центрально-Азиатского международного экономического форума в городе Душанбе. И прежде, чем первая пара поднимется в ринг, позвольте представить вам официальных лиц. Промоутер, директор IBA.PRO Алсиеста, Великобритания. Супервайзер Сергей Хурсанов, Россия. Судьи и рефери: Семен Стахеев, Дмитрий Болдырев, Сергей Журкин, Игорь Бещук, все Россия. Мансур Мухиддинов, Таджикистан. Судья-хронометрист Нияз Мир Бабаев, Таджикистан. Врач турнира Виктория Гамеева, Россия. Итак, официальные лица готовы. Боксеры готовы. А готов ли Душанбе к битве? Фанаты Его Величества бокса во всем мире, вы готовы? В прямом эфире с арены Дворца тенниса и водных видов спорта Featherweight IBA.PRO! И вашему вниманию первый поединок вечера. 8-раундовый бой IBA во втором среднем весе. Судьи у ринга: Мансур Мухиддинов, Семен Стакеев и Игорь Бещук. И с ударом гонга рефери Дмитрий Болдырев. И в черный угол добро пожаловать боксер из Намибии. Он носит прозвище «Палач». Встречайте, Уолтер KAUTONDOKWA!
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny.
Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in this delightful Dushanbe, Tajikistan, where you join us for IBA.PRO 8. And approaching the boxing ring is the formidable figure of Walter KAUTONDOKWA, former world title challenger in the professional ranks, brings an estimable professional record of 21 bouts, 19 wins, only 2 defeats, and of his 19 wins, 18 of them have come inside the distance for a formidable 95% KO ratio. Nicknamed the Executioner, ring moniker that he shares with the iconic figure of Bernard Hopkins. And his world title challenge came in the middleweight division back in 2018. So it was a game-spirited effort against Demetrius Andrade in the TD Garden in Boston, in the United States of America. Lost widely, dropped heavily several times during the course of that contest, but always got back to his feet to hear the final bell. What was his first fight outside of the United States?
Vladimir.
In September of 2020.
Ему 40 лет, рост 188 сантиметров, вес 75,9 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 19 побед, включая 18 побед нокаутом при 2 поражениях. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBO Африка во втором среднем весе из Виндхока, Намибия. Вот он, Уолтер Executioner KAUTONDOKWA. Его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 26 лет. Его рост 183 сантиметра, вес 78 килограммов ровно. Профессиональный рекорд 5 побед, ни одного поражения. Все 5 побед одержаны нокаутом. Призер чемпионата мира 2021, победитель Кубка Европы 2023 из Серпухова, Россия. Приветствуйте, Владимир Мирончиков!
Gentlemen, listen to my command, follow the rules, protect yourself all the time.
So Mr. Dmitry BOLTAEV with the final instructions as we take a look at the tail of the tape in this contest between 2 certified KO punchers. Walter KAUTONDOKWA, 40 years of age now. Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV, just 26 years of age. His last outing came on the IBA.PRO stage, and that was in Banja Luka, Bosnia-Herzegovina. forced a stoppage that night because Wilmer Barron of Colombia was forced to retire. So we're underway then. This is our opening bout here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe, scheduled for 8 rounds. A contest made at 76.2 kilograms. And here you see what a towering figure KAUTONDOKWA poses in and around this weight, looping overhand left, looking for that overhand right, looking for a follow-up, scything left hook. And in terms of intensity that he brings to the ring, well, he really does pose questions of his opponent's concentration, but sometimes can be so committed to offense that he leaves himself open. Mentioned, oh, there's a nice right uppercut penetrating the defenses of MIRONCHIKOV. He gets to work with good variance on his jab, body then head, then a nice right hand around the corner. MIRONCHIKOV keeping his composure, just circumnavigating the outer reaches of ring center because the executioner living up to that ring moniker and seemingly on a seek and destroy mission. But there's nice jabbing to the body once again and good body attack followed up from MIRONCHIKOV. Cuffing roundhouse right from KAUTONDOKWA, catches him as he sought to disengage. Approaching the halfway stage of this opening round, it's scheduled for 8. KAUTONDOKWA, after that reversal against Andrade, hasn't been the most active of boxers. Suffered a really controversial loss against the undefeated Kanat Islam, former world and continental bronze medalist. So he took some time out of the ring, hoped to fight last year, but made his ring return in March of this year at KAUTONDOKWA. Physical on the inside, KAUTONDOKWA, he's reaching for that lancing left jab once again, but countered beautifully by a crisp 1-2 combination by MIRONCHIKOV, and then working body and head beautifully. Right hand to the rib cage, left hook to the jaw from MIRONCHIKOV as the two men lock horns on the inside. And again, given his stature, one would suspect that KAUTONDOKWA, even though his opening shot in this round was a beautiful right uppercut, surely he wants to keep it at range and get busy pumping that jab as he attempted to there. Reaching for a right cross, which wasn't too far of the mark, but then check hooking off the line. Moving clockwise to his left is MIRONCHIKOV, who is keeping his composure very nicely indeed in the face of this front foot pressure that KAUTONDOKWA is seeking to assert. So closing seconds of what has been a lively opening round. Nice counter right hand again from MIRONCHIKOV. Big swing and a miss from KAUTONDOKWA, who continues to go in search of his timing. Picked off by a counter left jab off the back foot once again. So both men having success in their preferred territory. Some eye-catching shots from KAUTONDOKWA, but I'm left with the impression that the crisper, cleaner work, more consistent work came from the man boxing out of the gold corner, the man in the white trunks trimmed with gold. Beautiful right hand. Pinpoint accuracy from MIRONCHIKOV during the course of that opening round. So moving to the second round then, scheduled for 8. What instructions will KAUTONDOKWA's corner have issued him with during the minute intervals? You see the two men just fencing with the lead hands. And again, KAUTONDOKWA can be so intent on unloading his own artillery. You see the big gaps between his hands, and that's not a criticism, it's just an observation, as now he's seeking to bring up the jab from the waistline. When you bring up the jab from that type of trajectory, it can be difficult for the opponent to pick up. And you can see the length of arm and breadth of back that is in KAUTONDOKWA's armory. Rather telegraph that left, easily evaded by a sidestep from MIRONCHIKOV. Beautiful lead left hook followed by a right hand from MIRONCHIKOV, who is controlling the distance very well indeed, despite being the shorter man. There he's put on the end of a left jab. The right hook, the right cross follow-up from KAUTONDOKWA was off the mark. Again, stepping in with that jab, but by the time it was in the neighborhood to land, it was already on a downward trajectory. It's taking a rather pendulous route back to the on-guard position. Left hand, as he looks to bring that raking right cross into play, KAUTONDOKWA. But beautiful use of the ring space from MIRONCHIKOV, giving his man angles, then close the distance effectively. A cluster of punches punctuated by a left hook before ghosting out of range once again. Halfway through the second round. And not much variance on the work of KAUTONDOKWA. Again, former continental champion of Africa, world title challenger, and many people thought that he was hard done by in that only the second loss on his career against the 2008 Olympic bronze medalist, 2007 World Championship bronze medalist in Chicago. That was Kanat Islam, a Kazakh boxer based in the United States. And again, after that reversal, it was a 5.5-year absence outside of the ropes arena. Beautiful counter punching on the inside once again from MIRONCHIKOV. Bent arm shots just swiveling the shaven head of KAUTONDOKWA. Trying to step into range once again, then dips at the knees to vary his height, but then the crisp right cross was the reverse 1-2 from MIRONCHIKOV. Not sure the left hook that followed did get through, but that one certainly did. Right hook, left hook, followed by another right cross. And MIRONCHIKOV finding his range very effectively indeed in the closing portion of this second round. Arcing right hand from KAUTONDOKWA. Nothing wrong with the man's ambition, but he's finding it difficult to close the gap and to make an asset of his attribute of greater height, range and reach. Very effective use of the feet from MIRONCHIKOV to keep this marauding Namibian boxer at bay. 2 rounds completed, and for my money, it's the man out of the gold corner who has taken both of them. Some of the action from the second round. And a terrific job of ensuring that he had the final word during that previous exchange, and there was the cluster. A bent arm right cross followed by a left hook from MIRONCHIKOV. So referee calling time before getting the third round underway. This contest made at 76.2 kilograms. If you like your weights in old money, that's a fraction under the super middleweight limit of 168 pounds just by a matter of mere ounces. So this effectively a super middleweight contest. And again, KAUTONDOKWA, the man's intentions clear, but if I can see them from our commentary position here, then that's why it's being rather comfortable, as much as you can be comfortable against a man with a 95% KO ratio, but he's been able to evade the incoming fire, has MIRONCHIKOV, because the shots are coming in singles and they're rather telegraphed. There's a lot of tells when he's setting to let his hands go. I mentioned that this is a contest between big punchers. MIRONCHIKOV in the professional ranks. We talked about his credentials in IBA 3-round boxing as he scores with a nice counter right hand at mid-range in his 5 professional bouts to date. After making his debut in September of 2020, all 5 of them have finished inside the distance as he's getting to work with a long lead left jab now, spinning off clockwise to his left, intelligently turning his head away when the 2 fighters came close together on the inside. Halfway through this third round. Beautiful jab once again, just feinting with it. When he finally extended, he found the shaven head of KAUTONDOKWA on the end of it. Swing and a miss with the left jab, cuffing left hooks inaccurate. Counter left jab again from MIRONCHIKOV. And again, the intent of KAUTONDOKWA is clear. Now he gets on the inside, but again, he's picked off by a left hook and getting the worst of that exchange. So both men letting heavy shots go on the inside, but the accuracy of KAUTONDOKWA surely got to improve because he just provided a cool breeze as he wound up on that left hook and missed by some distance against the evading MIRONCHIKOV. Now looking to make it physical on the inside is KAUTONDOKWA, but picked off by a cuffing left once again, and tucking up like a turtle is MIRONCHIKOV. Dushanbe proving to be such a great stage for IBA.PRO events. IBA.PRO 6 was here as well just a couple of months ago. Enthusiastic fans turn out to support the boxing in general, and of course the Tajikistan boxers in particular. We've got a few of those on the bill tonight. None of them featuring in this show opener, but the fare on display is terrific. Digging away with his free right hand is KAUTONDOKWA. Left, right, partially deflected by the gloves of KAUTONDOKWA, but that final right hand did sneak between the attempted defenses of the man from the Namibian capital, Windhoek. Again, I think it's KAUTONDOKWA who will find himself trailing 3 rounds to nothing. Of course, that's just how I see it, and the important verdicts of those of the judges will be scoring this bout. Cutting right hand on the inside. Wonderful composure in the pocket being demonstrated by MIRONCHIKOV. There's a cuffing right hand during an exchange from KAUTONDOKWA. Again, he's a heavy-handed individual who's challenged for a world title outside of IBA.PRO boxing. Took a perfect record into that contest. Again, he found a leap up to world level in what was his first contest outside of the continent of Africa. Just a little bit too much to bridge. But it was a commendable, gritty effort in a contest where he was widely outpointed. We move into the 4th round. Just finding him pinned, he's back against the ropes now is MIRONCHIKOV, and is that where KAUTONDOKWA wants to pin his man? And maybe come with a 2-phase attack to ensure that he can't escape, because again, everything's a single right now. MIRONCHIKOV, big swing and a miss with a telegraphed overhand right. MIRONCHIKOV's shots just landing with the inside of the glove, so they won't be scoring punches. Again, the telegraphed right hand made to fall short and be rendered inaccurate by the movement of MIRONCHIKOV, who is showcasing wonderful legs tonight. That shot on the belt line, a little bit of a flummoxed expression on the face of MIRONCHIKOV, but then crisp left hook from the Russian boxer who represents Serbia. Now adopting a hands down position is MIRONCHIKOV as he continues to use the space of the boxing ring. But again, given the reach that KAUTONDOKWA possesses, is he out of range? But we've seen we've seen precious few straight punches from KAUTONDOKWA. And again, I'm just a little perplexed as to why he's not keeping the man occupied on the end of that jab, whether it's accurate and lands on the jaw or body or not. Just keep him thinking, keep him guessing, keep him off balance. But it's MIRONCHIKOV who is leading off, dictating the terms of this contest. He's an adept body puncher, is KAUTONDOKWA, trying to drop downstairs, get through with a couple of nudging hooks to the body. An uppercut on the inside, and the referee just reminding both boxers of their responsibility to heed his instructions. Counter right hand is a beautifully picked punch once again from MIRONCHIKOV. Both men in search of singles, and a treble left jab from MIRONCHIKOV. Left uppercut not too far away, but everything's a single from KAUTONDOKWA at the moment. I'm not suggesting that he's falling in love with his punch power, but would he be advised to try to double up his attacks, even a double jab, just to give MIRONCHIKOV something to think about and not let him launch these attempted counters that he has been so effective with. There he leads off with a good double jab to the body, left, right to the head from MIRONCHIKOV. And again, he really is using the space of the ring effectively, giving KAUTONDOKWA KAUTONDOKWA angles and making it difficult for KAUTONDOKWA to plant his feet into the canvas and get the leverage into his punches that has served him so well in his pro career. There he wasn't too far away with a left-right. Final action of round number 4. I think that was an Olympic hammer champion in attendance here for Tajikistan. See if we get another look at the man who I think is Dilshad Nazarov. He took Olympic hammer gold at the 2016 Rio Olympics. And if it is him, then good to see him enjoying the best view in the house from ringside here at the Tennis and War Sports Palace in Dushanbe. So into the second half of this contest we go. 4 rounds completed as scheduled. 4 rounds remain, and again, have to be cognizant of the fact that when you've got punches of this caliber, Walter KAUTONDOKWA, a 95% KO ratio, 18 of his 19 wins coming early. Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV, 5 out of 5 by the short route in the pro ranks. Decorated amateur career, the combination of which was that magnificent, beautiful right hand off the front foot from MIRONCHIKOV, but that magnificent World Championship bronze in his adopted city of Belgrade. Ringside to commentate him at the European Under-22 Championships earlier that year in Roseto degli Abruzzi in Italy. Lost out in the first preliminary round to the man from Armenia, Abanbadzam Hakobayan. But that gives you an idea of this man's credentials from the 3-round code, as again he's putting terrific punches together here. Will there be any discernible change? Not necessarily in tempo from KAUTONDOKWA. Again, not condemning him as a senior citizen of the boxing ring at 40 years of age, but at this tempo, MIRONCHIKOV looks incredibly comfortable. So can he do something different? Can he double up his attacks? There's a single phase attack with the left right. He did half commit to a left jab, but didn't fully get behind the shot. So again, the further we go into this contest, the more KAUTONDOKWA is going to find himself needing a stoppage or a massive final couple of rounds. Minute remaining in the 5th. And it's not perpetual motion from MIRONCHIKOV, but there is enough motion just to make it difficult for KAUTONDOKWA to plant his feet and let his shots go. Look at that leaping left hook from seemingly out of range from MIRONCHIKOV. Followed it with a right cross, then good defense by getting the glove up to the temple to ward off the incoming offense from KAUTONDOKWA. Double jab attempted by MIRONCHIKOV. The second one just slip blocked on the outside, and now KAUTONDOKWA attempting to drop down to the body with long lancing jabs, and when he straightens out that straight left, there's still a massive gap between he and his opponent, even though it's within his own wheelhouse of punching. Overhand right attempted by MIRONCHIKOV was inaccurate and almost got picked off by a right uppercut from KAUTONDOKWA. Closing seconds of this 5th round, and again the concentration of MIRONCHIKOV is going to have to remain laser-like and focused in with such a heavy-handed hitter. But for my money, that's 5 rounds completed. I think it's difficult to make a case for Walter KAUTONDOKWA taking any of them so far, but that's just my perspective. We take a look at some of the action from the 5th round. A wonderful left-right combination from MIRONCHIKOV. Clever right hand, and then ghosting away to make it a check right cross from the Russian boxer based in Belgrade. So into round 6, and out to the middle of the boxing ring and trying to help himself to a body shot is Walter KAUTONDOKWA. And again, with 5 rounds completed, I've got MIRONCHIKOV well ahead. So the onus surely on KAUTONDOKWA now. He's just being picked off by effective use of the jab to the body from MIRONCHIKOV to soften up the man downstairs and slow that forward movement, which is being incessant from KAUTONDOKWA, but his feet haven't moved quickly enough to close the gap. Here's a nice left hook to the body, but can he sustain these attacks? Can he follow up, make them 2 phase attacks, even 3 phase attacks to make life difficult for MIRONCHIKOV? Because again, he's just giving the impression that he's incredibly comfortable at this tempo. Again, it's asking an awful lot after a 5.5 year absence from the ring from KAUTONDOKWA. Returning earlier this year to expect that oh, that's a left hook on the break from KAUTONDOKWA. That would have been interesting had it sent MIRONCHIKOV to the canvas, but the referee again reminding the man from Namibia to heed his instructions. Left, right, saw the right hand go over the head from MIRONCHIKOV, and that's a rather telegraphed overhand right from KAUTONDOKWA that missed by some distance once again. So where is the jab? Where is the front foot pressure from KAUTONDOKWA? He's just having difficulty getting grips with this man. And despite being the shorter figure, it's MIRONCHIKOV who is controlling the distance of this contest. There's a jolting left jab from KAUTONDOKWA. Can he have more success with that lead left stick? Countering immediately like the competitor that he is MIRONCHIKOV. KAUTONDOKWA, is this an indication that he's trying to quicken his feet and get them out of the mud that he's seemingly trudging through in this contest and try and apply some sustained pressure against MIRONCHIKOV? Cuffing shots on the inside with the inside of the glove from KAUTONDOKWA. And again, nothing wrong with the man's ambition. Can he demonstrate his intentions by stitching some sustained, successful offense together? There's a disruptive left jab to the body from MIRONCHIKOV, but a wonderful flicking left jab landed upstairs from KAUTONDOKWA. And even though it appeared to be a flick from around his belt line, if you get caught on the end of a shot of an arm of that length, well, it's like being cracked in the face with a whiplash. Terrific work from KAUTONDOKWA with that single jab, but again, I don't think it's nearly enough to see him take the round. But he's remaining in the contest. I just don't think he's doing enough to win the contest. But a puncher like that, no time for relaxation for MIRONCHIKOV. There was a long looping left hook, and there's good use of the jab once again from KAUTONDOKWA. Can he produce more of that in this penultimate round? So into the 7th round then. There's a 26-year wait for a medal at the IBA World Championships for Serbia. And he was filled with effusive praise as MIRONCHIKOV lands with a jab to the body, but filled with effusive praise as he addressed the media and the president of the Boxing Association of Serbia. He was also presented with the icon of a white angel as a result of his bronze medal triumph in his adopted homeland. He expressed his love for his new nation and how he draws inspiration from their warrior spirit. So very much an iconic figure in the 3-round code of IBA boxing in the Balkan nation. Leaping left hook was off the mark, but the right cross which followed was crisp and accurate from MIRONCHIKOV. KAUTONDOKWA on the inside once again. Left, right, left attempted from MIRONCHIKOV. Not particularly accurate, but that follow-up half left, half uppercut from MIRONCHIKOV was altogether closer. And then good work to the body. Left hook while spinning off the line clockwise to his left, making it a check hook from MIRONCHIKOV. And again, KAUTONDOKWA continuing to press. There he lands with a good, solid, stiff left jab. But the greater volume is coming from the man in the white trimmed with gold. And his movement has been non-stop during the course of this 7th round. And for the majority of the contest, he seldom held his feet. And that has meant that KAUTONDOKWA hasn't been able to plant his feet and get that tremendous leverage into his punches that has saw him score 18 inside the distance victories of his 19 wins. Beautiful double jab from KAUTONDOKWA. Then he kept it going again. The 3rd one missed, but the 4th one did get through. Now that's the type of activity that surely KAUTONDOKWA's team want to see from that lengthy lead left stick that he possesses. Inside the final minute of the 7th round, MIRONCHIKOV aware of that, so getting onto the front foot only to be mugged by KAUTONDOKWA. Attempted left, right, left from MIRONCHIKOV, inaccurate. Solid left jab once again from KAUTONDOKWA. Looks as though he's beginning to find his range with that shot now, but the attempted left hand was countered effectively by a left hook, and that may well have hurt KAUTONDOKWA because he's just disengaging for the first time in the contest. There's his veteran savvy in evidence. No change in the expression on his face, but his body language certainly changed because his left jab was countered by a swooping left hook, and immediately he stopped punching KAUTONDOKWA and backed off, disengaging from the action. And surely this 60-second interval coming not a moment too soon after that clipping left hook was landed by MIRONCHIKOV to just check the chin and perhaps scramble the senses a little bit of Walter KAUTONDOKWA. Some of the action from that 7th round, a better round for KAUTONDOKWA because he found the range with that shot, but there was the counter left hook that caused the man from Windhoek to disengage and back off just until the bell to conclude round number 7. So the referee insisting on a touch of gloves before we get the 8th and final round underway in this contest made at 76.2 kilograms. That is about an ounce inside the super middleweight limit of 168 pounds. Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV has been boxing very effectively indeed, hitting and moving, often hitting without reply. KAUTONDOKWA has just been inconvenienced by a shot that strayed low, so the referee fairly calling time, speaking to MIRONCHIKOV about that infringement. And KAUTONDOKWA will be given as many as 5 minutes to recover if necessary. That might be a sorry not sorry type thing, although that would be being perhaps rather churlish in MIRONCHIKOV's direction. This contest has been fought in a wonderful spirit. Competitive, hard fought. There's a beautiful left jab from KAUTONDOKWA as he pushed off the back foot once again, and there he brings a left hook into play. KAUTONDOKWA beginning to quicken his feet in this final round, having some success, but again aware of that. Up on his toes and moving effectively laterally left and right is MIRONCHIKOV, just to make the mission a little more difficult for KAUTONDOKWA. Two men locking horns on the inside, testing the strength of one another. And again, the boxing business, unless you're a certain Floyd Mayweather or Joe Calzaghe or Rocky Marciano, likelihood is that you're going to lose, but it's Mike Tyson, none other than Mike Tyson said, be professional, because even if he doesn't get the victory tonight, KAUTONDOKWA acquitting himself in such a way, he could well get the call to compete, earn more money, improve his record, work towards his pro ambitions on the IBA.PRO stages in the future. Given a good account of himself here against the 26-year-old Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV. In condition, filled with ambition, has never turned it in, but he's running out of time in which to land the stoppage blows in which to land the blows to produce the stoppage that he surely needs after 7 completed rounds. Goes in search of the jab once again, does KAUTONDOKWA, catching his man with a flicking right hand as MIRONCHIKOV sought to disengage. And it's been, just get the sense that MIRONCHIKOV is entering bout management mode off by another solid left hand. That one from KAUTONDOKWA over the top, because MIRONCHIKOV's corner must have told him, and he must sense, as KAUTONDOKWA must know as well, because fighters know, that he must be a mile in front. Left hook, right hand not too far away from KAUTONDOKWA, and that is what MIRONCHIKOV will be looking to avoid. Doesn't want to pick up a cut, doesn't want to run into that shaven head or a stray elbow, and certainly doesn't want to find himself on the end of a howitzer of a left hook or a thunderous right cross. So bout management mode engaged by MIRONCHIKOV during the course of this 8th and final round as the men exchanging jabs at center ring. There's the 10-second clapper. One suspect that it's Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV's hand who is going to be raised as a points decision victor here. Very controlled, measured display indeed. So Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV back in the ring for the first time since the IBA.PRO night in Banja Luka back in April. I think he's going to extend a perfect start to his professional career. Credit to Walter KAUTONDOKWA, never stopped pressing, never stopped going in search of the victory, but I think his punch output was perhaps a little too predictable, not enough of it, because it was only in the round 7 and 8 that he started to double up the attacks with any type of consistency. But again, have to commend the man's effort, because he never stopped going in search of the win throughout. He was always taking it to MIRONCHIKOV, was picked off by a counter left hook that caused him to back up in the 7th round. Always in the contest, but I don't think he has done enough to win the contest, and I think it's this man, Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV, will be declared as the victor here tonight at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe.
Итак, дамы и господа, по завершении 8-раундового поединка обратимся к судейским запискам. 79-73, 78-74 и 78-74. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений Владимир MIRONCHIKOV. Россия.
So Vladimir MIRONCHIKOV declared a points decision victor unanimously over Walter KAUTONDOKWA. Man from Namibia never stopped competing. A very controlled display of sticking and moving indeed, produced by the 2021 World Championship bronze medalist.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И вашему вниманию 10-раундовый поединок за вакантные титулы IBA.PRO, Intercontinental и WBA в полусреднем весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол. Боксер из Мексики. Встречайте, Хосе Мигель BORREGO.
Well, if you're a fan of IBA.PRO boxing, this man needs no introduction whatsoever. Jose Miguel BORREGO from Aguascalientes in the center of Mexico brings a 26-fight professional record to the boxing ring. 22 wins, 18 of them inside the distance, just 4 losses. And on the IBA Champions Night stage, this man is involved in thrill-a-minute affairs. Devastating win on his IBA Champions Night debut against Aslan Beksin, but again of the world champion in Astana, stopping the gold medalist in the 4th of a scheduled 5 rounds.
Золотой угол. Боксер из России. Он носит прозвище Hitman. Vadim MUSAEV.
His opponent is another man who is a formidable operator in IBA boxing, both in the 3-round format and on IBA.PRO events. The 2021 World Championship silver medalist at 71 kilograms in the light middleweight division, losing the gold medal bout against the incredible youngster Giorgi of Ukraine. That was in Belgrade in Serbia. Made his pro debut back in November 2016, so has been switching codes, but he's since that time racked up a perfect professional record of 12-0 in the professional ranks and a 67% KO ratio, having stopped 8 of his men inside the distance. The majority decision winner over ALIYEV
Супервайзер
in his
Сергей
IBA.PRO debut
Курсанов.
in November of last
Судьи
year.
у ринга оценивают этот титульный поединок. Мансур Мухиддинов, Игорь Бельщук и Дмитрий Болдырев. Ваш судья-хронометрист Нияз Мир Папаев. И с ударом гонга рефери Семен Стахеев. Представляю вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 27 лет, рост 175 сантиметров, вес 66,1 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 22 победы, включая 18 больших побед нокаутом при 4 поражениях. Дамы и господа, он чемпион IBA America Continental в полусреднем весе. Из Aguascalientes, Мексика. Вот он, Хосе Мигель BORREGO. Его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 32 года, рост 178 сантиметров, вес 66,65 килограмма. Его прекрасный профессиональный рекорд – 12 побед, включая 8 побед нокаутом, ни одного поражения, дамы и господа. Он финалист чемпионата мира 2021 года. Из Каспийска, Республика Дагестан, Россия. Приветствуйте, Vadim Hitman MUSAEV.
So we had an executioner in our first contest. Here we've got a hitman as the referee, Semon Stachiev, gives the final instructions. And the hitman is the man on the left of the screen, Vadim MUSAEV, undefeated in the professional ranks. No stranger to competing on IBA.PRO Night and Champions Night events. And that goes for the man on the left as well. Terrific contest in store between two outstanding professionals. So we're underway then. This is a contest made at 67 kilograms. The The WBA Asia and Intercontinental title. It's scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds. Vadim MUSAEV won that title on an outing on the IBA.PRO stage, beating Paulus Amavila with a 4th round stoppage. That was in Ufa back in August. So that his IBA.PRO event record was where he lost in an IBA contest rather than the WBA.PRO contest, as BORREGO scores with a clumping right jab out of that southpaw stance. He's the tattooed figure, wearing the black trim with gold. Then MUSAEV just looking to bring his southpaw left into play. So many great boxers have been called the Hitman over the years. The originator, Thomas Hitman Hearns, aka the Motor City Cobra out of the Kronk Gym in Detroit, Michigan. Ricky Hatton took the name, another Hall of Fame inductee, 2-weight world champion. Had that magical night against Kostya Tszyu in Manchester. Rumored to be returning to the ring in the Middle East later this year. Had that move around with Marco Antonio Barrera as an exhibition in recent times, did Ricky Hitman Hatton. I think it's the competitive return it's slated to be against another fellow 40-something. So BORREGO seeking to rumble his way forwards. That's his characteristic way. Not mindless slugging, but intelligent boxing as he looked for his own offense at mid-range. As he tried to disengage, he was picked off by 2 straight shots from MUSAEV, and again, wonderful punch picking to glide out of the corner from MUSAEV. And he's again very active with that lead right hand. So BORREGO is going to have something to think about as he seeks to get into close range and wade away with hooks to head and body. You see the right hook, left uppercut from BORREGO. Again, on the resumption, that flicking irritant of a right jab being poked out incessantly by MUSAEV. Counter left lead out of the southpaw stance, not too far away from MUSAEV. BORREGO showing good head movement as he tried to evade those left jabs that are being fired in his direction. Leaping right hook off the mark from BORREGO, and again just runs into another feather-light right jab from BORREGO, just from MUSAEV just before the bell. First round in the books in this contest, scheduled for 10. So moving to the second round then of this 67-kilogram contest. That's just above the welterweight limit of 147 pounds by a matter of 11 ounces and change, if you like your weight divisions in old money. WBA Asia and Intercontinental titles on the line. Crowns that Vadim MUSAEV picked up when he stopped Paulus Amavila back in August. Last time we saw BORREGO on the Champions Night stage was at the Extravaganza in Dubai at the Edge Arena, when he and Ryan Blue Chip Martin, the former world title challenger, making his IBA.PRO night debut, went back and forth, hell for leather over 8 rounds. Oh, that's a beautiful counter shot off the back foot from MUSAEV. But the last time we saw BORREGO on the IBA stage, that was when Terence Crawford, Carl Froch, Richard Riakporhe, a whole host of great fighters, Artur Beterbiev, Dmitry Bivol, all in attendance ringside to catch that IBA.PRO event in the shadow of the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building. Beautiful counter left uppercut, then bringing a left cross into play, but looking to get his straighter shots through the middle was BORREGO after he was picked off by that impressive single. Good left hook to the body, then a right hook to the body from BORREGO, and that's where he likes to do his work and inflict damage, slowing down the movement of MUSAEV. But as MUSAEV lands a hard left hook to the body, it's countered immediately by the same shot in this all southpaw affair. Beyond the halfway stage of this second round, and MUSAEV continuing to pick his punches with accuracy, but just seeking to grind his way into contention as he rumbles his way forward is BORREGO. So MUSAEV initiating a clinch, forcing the intervention of the referee. Now it's MUSAEV looking to get his own straight punches away, and BORREGO countering immediately. And again, there's a grinding, attritional quality about BORREGO's work, but then MUSAEV enjoying a good passage of the round as he stopped the movement, planted his feet into the canvas, and let a fusillade of punches go. Again, just measuring his man now. Can BORREGO keep the head movement going as he demonstrated there, just slipping to his right as he seeks to bob and weave his way inside once again. Good defenses with a high-held hands from BORREGO. But again, look at MUSAEV just able to touch his man with the southpaw left, then try to put it altogether more pop on the final two-shot salvo, a right jab and left cross. Left hook on the inside attempted by BORREGO, closing seconds of the round. Getting out of the confined position of the black corner is MUSAEV, big swing and a miss with his attempt at two-shot salvo, but then BORREGO running into the ropes after MUSAEV ghosted away. Some of the action from the second round, beautiful body punching. And switching his attack upstairs from MUSAEV. BORREGO, as tough as they come. There you see the accuracy, punches in bunches from MUSAEV. So moving to the third round then. It's been plenty of activity in the opening 6 minutes in this contest that's scheduled for 10. BORREGO seeking to get over that front foot and unload this type of body sapping attack, rattling the ribs of MUSAEV, who's seeking to keep the movement going. And MUSAEV has shown very accurate punching indeed with his quick-fisted clusters. But again, the last time we saw BORREGO in the boxing ring, he and Ryan Martin, used to spar together, if memory serves. I was ringside to commentate on that contest, and my goodness, it was a thriller. The emotion that poured out of BORREGO afterwards when he was declared the victor. Unanimously over 8 rounds against Ryan Martin. Well, it made for some wonderful images, and it just, as he works well to the body, BORREGO, but it just shows, take away all of the money, all of the belts, that ultimately these guys are competitors, as BORREGO going in search of the right hook, left uppercut, left hook off the back foot out of the southpaw stance from MUSAEV, trying to keep his man away by flicking out straight punches. Had the privilege of commentating on plenty of BORREGO's fights from ringside, and his one reversal on the IBA.PRO stage came against Hariton Agarwal. That was in Sochi in March of last year. Dropped a 10-round unanimous decision against the then undefeated Agarwal. He suffered a shocking defeat a couple of weeks ago at the start of the month when he was left face first on the canvas. That was against Ruben Nestor in his homeland of Russia, as MUSAEV continues to pile up the points with his accurate punch picking. It's a short left hand from Ruben Nestor that deposited longer, but face first on the floor, as though somebody had pulled the plug. That is why concentration in this game has to be absolute at all times. You can be boxing a shutout, completely in control, but as long as the man or woman coming out of the other corner is on their feet, they remain a danger. Very few other sports have that ability to turn seemingly lost cause, as we see two beautiful body punches shoveled in around the ribcage from BORREGO. Left hand driven in with the palm turned upwards from MUSAEV, and you heard his exertion was audible, but now BORREGO getting closer once again, turning underneath hooks and ending with a roundhouse, turning underneath uppercuts and ending with a roundhouse hook around the corner. And BORREGO seeking to get closer once more. MUSAEV keeping his wits about him to spin off the ropes and get back to the space of center ring. BORREGO getting closer during the course of that third round. So we move into round number 4. BORREGO giving the impression of a man who was just beginning to find his rhythm. Put some fluidity and consistency behind these rumbling attacks as he seeks to maraud his way forwards and get in on the inside. Look at how active he is with his hands defensively, seeking to parry and block a lot of the incoming shots from MUSAEV. Inaccurate with the left hand to the body was MUSAEV. Check right hand as he spun out of the corner, but he's gone from one corner practically to the other as the grinding pressure of BORREGO just seeking to get in close. Wonderful check single shot once again from MUSAEV, leaving BORREGO swinging at the night air over the ropes. Now BORREGO has intelligently targeted the body, because in against a mover like this, he's going to be hoping to slow that movement down, have the man be forced to stand and fight, and he'll back himself with that 82% KO ratio to come out on top in any such type of exchange. Again, the battle that he had with Ryan Martin is really worth digging out. Ryan Martin, remember, a veteran of the World Boxing Super Series who challenged the Tartan Tornado Josh Taylor for the world title during that elimination tournament. I had the privilege of being ringside in Glasgow to commentate on that contest. Josh Taylor at his best that night, in the gap proving a little too big to bridge for Ryan Martin, aka Blue Chip at that time. And Josh Taylor calling time on that legendary professional career yesterday. So wish him all the very best in retirement, but what a servant he has been to the game, both in IBA style boxing, Commonwealth Games medalist, gold medalist in his second Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, undisputed light welterweight champion of the world, and accomplishing all that in just a handful of fights. One of Britain's best ever, Scotland's finest ever, and we wish the Tartan Tornado all the very best as he hangs up his gloves. Oh, beautiful right hand on the inside from BORREGO. But again, MUSAEV taking it well, keeping his wits about him, but he's finding himself increasingly pinned near the ropes. There he's able to spin off the strands once again, but BORREGO just keeps on coming. Front foot pressure being applied incessantly, and BORREGO just seeking to quicken his movement. Left hook beneath the elbow, left hook to the head from BORREGO, who's getting closer and closer on a more sustained basis now. There's a left hand to the body from MUSAEV, but it was countered immediately by BORREGO. And this is so characteristic of the performances that he produces, particularly on the IBA.PRO stage. MUSAEV intelligently initiating a clinch just to force the intervention of the ref. The 10-second clapper has sounded. Big swing and a miss with the southpaw left from MUSAEV. They brought an altogether more accurate left uppercut into play. And BORREGO on the man's chest once again as the bell sounded to conclude round number 4. Some of the action from that 4th round. Again, solid shots landed on the inside, and BORREGO able to keep the attack going and catch MUSAEV as he was seeking to disengage. Beautiful left uppercut and right hook before spinning off the line, but BORREGO just grinning that gum shield contemptuously and right back into the fray. Terrific quality between these two boxers. And we're not yet at the halfway stage. So we move into the 5th round of a contest made at 67 kilograms, just above the welterweight limit of 147 pounds by a matter of 11 ounces. And BORREGO getting over that front foot and seeking to walk his man down once again. MUSAEV flicking out punches. While they're not heavy, they will be blurring the vision of BORREGO as he just long bridged in with the jab on that occasion. Then brings a feather light left cross into play. Changes direction, moving counterclockwise to his right, then more lateral movements. And the change of direction. Counterclockwise now from MUSAEV. Bobbing and weaving and seeking to get his way inside where he can rattle those ribs with hooks like that single left is BORREGO. Then brings a right hand through the middle. MUSAEV keeping his composure, but takes another left hook to his right flank from the man from Aguascalientes. So BORREGO putting up that right hand to his temple to erect some defenses, targeting the body once again. Now, here in the 5th round, MUSAEV may be seeking to take a little bit of a breather, but what he's done so effectively in the first 4 rounds is even though he's been back foot boxing, he's occasionally, repeatedly planted his feet and let some hard punches go to get BORREGO's respect, stop him in his tracks and try to back him up, because if he continues to box in this type of posture, the judges could perceive that as running. He knows that. Perhaps he is taking a breather in this long 10-round contest. There he holds his feet momentarily, but sometimes that can be perceived as trying to nick it as a right-hand lead comes over the top and checks the chin of MUSAEV, as MUSAEV spinning off the line clockwise to his left once again and fires in a left cross. Changes direction now. Now counterclockwise to his right. But BORREGO turning uppercuts underneath, brings a right hand into play out of that southpaw stance. Solid left jab, catches the advancing BORREGO from MUSAEV. MUSAEV going in search of the left uppercut to the body. MUSAEV breathing through a mouth that's open. And again, I'm just not sure that his offense has been as effective in this round, as the grinding figure of Jose Miguel Baguero continues to live in the man's chest, close the gap, and seek to grind away. Beautiful treble right uppercut attempted. The 3rd one was the only one that was inaccurate. Now look at the head movement of BORREGO. Right jab was an effective shot in the first of a 2-shot salvo. Solid left hook followed by a right hand. And that has been a tough round for my money, endured by MUSAEV, always in it. But BORREGO, effective front foot pressure. And even though MUSAEV was scoring with punches, didn't plant his feet into the canvas in that round, at least from my perspective, and his punches lacking the pop that they did in the previous 4 stanzas. Is he feeling the pace? Can he get back to the box, sticking and moving that he's shown in the first 4 rounds, MUSAEV? Rather than be strictly back foot boxing where his punches seem devoid of potency. Nothing wrong with the man's ring craft, nothing wrong with the man's skills. But BORREGO getting closer. There was the treble right uppercut attempted. For my money, the first 2 got through, and look at that for a looping southpaw left, catching the attention of MUSAEV. This man's got the momentum now for my money. Can he maintain and indeed build upon it as we go into the second half of the contest? We're into round number 6 of a bout that is scheduled for 10. And again, you hear BORREGO's corner team crying out, momento, momento. They want him to build upon this good passage of the bout that he's enjoying. Never more so than in round number 5. But now BORREGO upon his toes as he spins off the line effectively once again. 60-second interval for a boxer in shape can be all they need to replenish their energy levels and get back to something resembling optimal. Wonderful punch picking off the back foot, swiveling the head of BORREGO from MUSAEV. Seeking to close the gap and bob and weave his way inside is BORREGO once again, bracketing his head with his hands as he clamps his temple with those gloves. But looking a little more sprightly now. Wonderful reverse 1-2, left cross, right hook, then spinning off the line counterclockwise from MUSAEV. BORREGO trying to quicken his feet. But MUSAEV altogether more dynamic in the first half of this 6th round. Here's a solid right jab clumped home by BORREGO, but look at MUSAEV now. After I suggested he may be feeling the pace in the 5th, that 60-second interval serving as something of an elixir. Here in the 6th round, as he's far more sprightly. The athleticism returning to his foot movement as he's able to just glide atop the canvas of the boxing ring. Changing direction now. Wonderful lateral movement in evidence. Just touching up BORREGO as he seeks to close the distance. BORREGO just finding MUSAEV tangled in the ropes. He took advantage of that inconvenience and did land a solid shot. BORREGO bobbing and weaving his way forwards once more. Oh, that's a solid roundhouse left landed out of the southpaw stance by BORREGO. Followed up with an uppercut as well, then targets the body downstairs. Wonderful portion of the round from BORREGO inside the final minute of this 6th frame. Sturdy punch resistance demonstrated by MUSAEV, but BORREGO senses that he's hurt his man and he's seeking to test his conditioning and his commitment as he blasts away to the body. But MUSAEV showing that commitment and that he too is made of stern stuff because he answers immediately and is continuing to stand and compete. BORREGO seeking to walk his man down once more. Inaccurate with the looping left. Closing seconds of the 6th round. Nice single shot through the middle from MUSAEV. Clipping right hand on the retreat from the man from Russia. 6th round in the book. What a fascinating round that was, because MUSAEV came out with renewed energy to start that round, sticking and moving very effectively indeed. But then Miguel BORREGO found him with a big shot near the ropes. Certainly got his attention, but look at that for an accurate 2-shot salvo. But there was the left hand, not set up by the southpaw right. Racking, looping, roundhouse left. Reminiscent of what Alexander Usyk, 2011 IBA world champion and 2012 Olympic champion, used to such devastating effect at Wembley Stadium in his rematch with Daniel Dubois last weekend. Getting a repeat victory over the IBF champion and ascending to the lofty status of a 2-time undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, to go along, of course, with his undisputed status in the cruiserweight division. We're moving to the 7th round. And BORREGO continuing his advance, and again clusters of punches with a bent arm being unfurled by the man from Mexico. MUSAEV seeking to maintain a gap. Good combination punching from MUSAEV. Not everything has to be loaded with full power, but the final 2 shots in that 4-shot clip did have plenty of leverage on them from MUSAEV. Solid right jab thudded home by BORREGO. Again, just trying to keep his man off is MUSAEV, able to literally leg it out of the corner with some twinkle-toed footwork to get back to the space of center ring, but now he finds himself near the strands once again. Good ring generalship being shown by MUSAEV, because sensing he was near the corner, spun off the line. Good right hand slung beneath the left elbow of MUSAEV from BORREGO. Good right jab during that exchange landed by MUSAEV. He sees irritant of a right jab once again. Doing a good job keeping his back off the rope. Stab jab to the body was followed up by a left cross which caught the defenses of BORREGO. BORREGO trying to ensure that he's not following MUSAEV along around the ring here and trying to cut him off. MUSAEV moves right, he cuts him off left. He moves left, he cuts him off right. But MUSAEV equal to those tricks, and that's why we've got this compelling game of fisted cat and mouse here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. Inside the final minute of this 7th round. Momentarily sitting on the ropes, MUSAEV. Solid left hand driven in by BORREGO, slapping left hand landing on the bearded chin of BORREGO from MUSAEV. There's a pulverizing right jab landed by BORREGO, but MUSAEV doing a good job keeping the movement going. Can he get the authority back behind his punches that he showed in round number 6? Oh, that is a terrific two-shot salvo, then followed up the attack by going up to the head with ending that combination with a wonderful left cross. Wonderful moment of the round from BORREGO. And again, MUSAEV, you see how his legs are just a little bit stiff now, trying to get some dynamism back in them, up onto his toes. But he appears to be feeling the pace once more. Remember, after a torrid 5th round endured by MUSAEV, he came out, was revived in the 6th. But I think that was a terrific conclusion to the round by this man. And the legs of MUSAEV look just a little bit untidy as he continued his movements around the boxing ring. Some of the action from round number 7. So into the 8th round then. It's a contest made at 67 kilograms, just above the welterweight limit. Scheduled for 10. WBA Asia and Intercontinental titles on the line. Those are titles that MUSAEV, that Asia title is one that he claimed on the IBA professional stage. Seeking to cut off MUSAEV's movement to his right once again by moving to his left. Just clears his nostrils to ensure that he can breathe effectively. Oh, that's a solid left hand, countered immediately by MUSAEV, but then a solid exchange of jabs. BORREGO rattling the ribs of MUSAEV once more, seeking to slow down that movement further that MUSAEV has used so effectively for the majority of this contest. BORREGO, a really effective front foot pressure fighter. MUSAEV and his team will be aware of that, and if you're not in shape, well, he is a man who can find you out as he slings in another left hook beneath the right elbow of MUSAEV, closing the gap once again, seeking to quicken his feet and get after his man. Good defensive with the right glove from BORREGO to fend off the incoming backhand from MUSAEV. Oh, that's a cracking right hook to end that combination from MUSAEV, and BORREGO defiantly taps his glove on his chin as if to say, bring it to me, you're going to have to hit me harder than that to slow me down. Trying to play mind games and discourage MUSAEV. MUSAEV keeping the movement going, remaining focused on his own offense, but what is going through his mind after he landed a cracking right hook while up on his toes. And BORREGO barely blinked and tapped his chin as if to say, I can take that all day long. Of course, water repeatedly on a rock, it can crack the rock as MUSAEV lands a cracking southpaw left, found himself in the corner, catapulted off the ropes and got back to the space of the middle of the ring once again. BORREGO putting his hands up to partially deflect and parry these shots. There's another slick two-fisted two-shot combination from MUSAEV. Who, after taking that looping roundhouse left, seems to have found a second wind here through this portion of the round. Claims his man around the rear of the neck. The referee on that infringement in a flash. Right-left combination. They're being deflected by the gloves, and then look at that three-piece served up. The right hook getting about around the left glove of BORREGO. And MUSAEV, despite the fatigue he must be feeling in the face of this incessant front foot pressure, doing a good job continuing to think and function as BORREGO looks to get close once again. But again, MUSAEV answering and having the final word in that round. Terrific round of boxing during that 8th session. There was the right hook to end the three-shot combination from MUSAEV. But then look at that response of defiance from the iron-chinned Jose Miguel BORREGO. So into round number 9 of a contest that could well be incredibly close on the scorecards of the judges here. Both men have enjoyed plenty of success. We've had ebb and flow, back and forth action throughout the course of this contest. Each man has enjoyed really good spells, sometimes during the same round. But the previous round with that right hook was the eye-catching shot to conclude a combination from MUSAEV. Could well have been enough to take the frame for the man from Russia. Oh my goodness, well, pirouetting himself down to the canvas, such was the momentum behind that shot, acting like a corkscrew on that attempt to the southpaw left BORREGO. MUSAEV, see the eyes of BORREGO have reddened from MUSAEV's sharp shooting punches. Check right hand from MUSAEV, countered by a single from BORREGO. There you see those shots snaking in between the defenses once again. MUSAEV looking to end on a left hook, but good defensive responsibility shown by getting the right glove up from BORREGO, who then works away to the body with good effect once more. Approaching the halfway stage of this round, and MUSAEV is giving the impression of a confident boxer here now. There were a couple of passages in round 5 and round 7 where his energy levels appear to be dipping. But my goodness, he's cutting a dynamics figure as he dips at the knees and drives in a hard left hand to the body of the advancing BORREGO. So beyond the halfway stage of this penultimate round, one thing that BORREGO has demonstrated both in his professional career and on the IBA.PRO night stage, because he was back in the ring in April of this year in the non-IBA.PRO ranks, scored a 9th round knockout over Johnny Navarrete in Mexico. Roundhouse left, not too far away from BORREGO, but he will fight until the finish. With that quality that served him so well against the equally determined Ryan Martin in the IBA stage in Dubai at the back end of last year. Good two-shot combination from BORREGO, then seeking to blast away to the body downstairs. Again, MUSAEV doing an outstanding job keeping the movement going. Dipped out of the way of the first shot, but was clipped on the chin as he thought to glide away to ring center. closing seconds of this 9th round. And BORREGO quickening his feet as he stutter steps after his man. Hard left hand slung into the body for a terrific conclusion to the round by BORREGO. Another brilliant back and forth round filled with two-way action. Here's the corkscrew southpaw left from BORREGO, who was made to miss. Little love tap on the inside from BORREGO. Commanded the referee to stop. So into the 10th and final round of what has been an absorbing tussle between Jose Miguel BORREGO from Mexico and Vadim MUSAEV, the 2021 World Championship silver medalist. And with the finish line in sight with just 3 minutes remaining, MUSAEV has come out energized and active to begin this 10th and final round. BORREGO will be aware of that, but look at how that left hand got behind his right glove to register as a scoring shot. Then a left uppercut, right hook. And it's an incredibly close contest, this one. MUSAEV found some momentum in the last round, and he's continuing that here in the final round. And he's doing what he did at the start of the contest by making BORREGO pay a heavy price in his bid to get inside and unload his own heavy leather. Fantastic conditioning and commitment shown by both men as BORREGO gets inside, starts off with the right jab, then seeks to work away to both head and body. MUSAEV, despite being backed up to the ropes, again, just charging a toll of shot through the defenses of BORREGO, does so once more, and it's MUSAEV who is the more active boxer with his punch output, but BORREGO seeking to unload really heavy artillery to the body of the man wearing the white trimmed with gold. So MUSAEV feeling his back on the rope, scores with a two-shot combination before sliding off to the opposite neutral corner, then makes BORREGO miss once again. He's going to have to improve his accuracy. Beautiful three-shot combination in between the gloves of the advancing BORREGO. He's then made to miss once again as he takes the left hook, and this is a wonderful exhibition of sticking and moving through the first half of this 10th and final round from Vadim MUSAEV. BORREGO aware of that, quickening his feet, trying to get inside, scores with a good left hook to the body. Vadim MUSAEV trying to spoil and prevent him from working at close range. But look at that, two-shot combinations flicked out from MUSAEV. Nothing really on them, but irritant into the eyes of BORREGO to blur his vision. And BORREGO finding it difficult to close the gap with any consistency. Big swing and a miss with the lead right hook. Now he gets his man where he wants him, tries to work away, but MUSAEV, stealing a furtive glance to his corner, will know that he's approaching the finish line here now, and I think that this big final round could well be decisive. Big swing and a miss with the leaping left from BORREGO, perhaps an indication of his desperation because he's been touched up repeatedly. There he gets through with a touching uppercut and lands the hardest shot of the round, a beautiful right hook to check the chin of MUSAEV, but we cannot discount what MUSAEV has done prior to that point, and then the two men letting their hands go on the sound of the 10-second clapper. Marauding his way forwards once again is BORREGO, and there's the bell. A terrific contest at 67 kilograms for the WBA Asia and Intercontinental crowns. Both men enjoying success, but for what it's worth, I happen to think that it's MUSAEV who has done enough to take what is an incredibly close and competitive encounter. But that's how effective he was in the final round. Check right hook, spinning off the line, leaving BORREGO swinging at the Arena Night Air here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. But as he always does, Jose Miguel BORREGO posed some difficult questions and really tested his opponent. I don't think he's got into the verdict here tonight. But again, that is the wonderful thing about IBA boxing, and dare I say it, pro boxing seems to be moving in that way. More generally, after the infatuation with the O for a large part of the 21st century, the manner in which a boxer competes, the manner in which they go about their craft, the spectacle that they provide for boxing fans worldwide, they perhaps becoming in more important currencies than the precious O. And that is why Jose Miguel BORREGO is always welcome on IBA stages, because the man brings it every time, always in condition, always in great shape. And continually believe that he has the skills and the artillery to prevail. That is what has happened in all but one of his previous IBA.PRO night event stages, IBA.PRO night contest. But I think he's going to experience defeat for the second time on the IBA stage here, because he met Vadim MUSAEV, who was equally determined, equally skillful in a different way, sticking and moving from MUSAEV compared to the front foot pressure continually applied by Jose Miguel BORREGO. I think it's the back foot boxer, the slickster, who is going to be rewarded here tonight.
Итак, по завершении 10-раундового титульного боя все трое судей были единодушны. 97-93. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и, оставаясь не знающим поражений, стал чемпионом WBA Asia по среднем весе Vadim MUSAEV.
So Vadim MUSAEV declared a unanimous point decision victor over the incredibly intense, entertaining and competitive Jose Miguel BORREGO. He was in that contest every second of the way, but some momentum found by Vadim MUSAEV in the final couple of rounds with his back foot punch picking, perhaps crucial in getting him the verdict. He retained that WBA Asia title that he brought into the ring. A very good display indeed by Vadim MUSAEV, and declared a worthy point decision victor over Jose Miguel BORREGO. He deserves immense credit for the part that he played in what was a terrifically entertaining, intense, two-way battle, a contest that ebbed and flowed at times during the contest. In round 5 and round 7, Vadim MUSAEV looked like he was fading. His chin was checked repeatedly by some hard shots by BORREGO, his ribcage shaken up consistently. But in the final couple of rounds, he was able to get back to the back foot boxing, which served him so well in the opening portion of the contest. It's Vadim MUSAEV who has been declared as a victor. But BORREGO, well, I only hope we see him back on the IBA Champions, IBA.PRO stage again, because he is a wonderful boxer to behold. But it's Vadim MUSAEV, a unanimous point decision victor, to retain his WBA Asia crown.
Just do your best. What you hear is not a test. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you go. Solo, gotta make it on time. Brightest star gonna beat the guide. Gotta get you to the other side, to where the butterflies and where the peace resides. But first, 5 minutes for the 15 of fame. 5 seconds for you saying my name. I'm deadly sharp shooting the game. Gonna hit you in the soul, execution is aim. Get together and we building a fire. Clear smoke and it's taking us higher. Hands up, everyone is one. If you see yourself making it, you see in the sun. Metropolis on the edge of control. They take our money, but they won't take our soul. Fuck that, ain't gon' do it no more. Won't do what we told, and we ain't gonna fold. We go. No time to rest. Just do your best. What you hear is not a test. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you go. 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 Can't think, can't sleep, can't breathe. Can't think, can't sleep, can't breathe. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of their skins. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of their skins.
So a brief look at the president, the IBA, Mr. Umar Kremlov, in attendance here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И в Душанбе становится все жарче и жарче. И это неудивительно, ведь с вами Финлайн IBA.PRO! И вашему вниманию 8-раундовый поединок за вакантный титул IBA.PRO Intercontinental в супертяжелом весе. Добро пожаловать с поясом чемпиона, промоутер, директор IBA.PRO Ал Сиеста и супервайзер Сергей Хурсамов. Добро пожаловать в черный угол из Нигерии. Он носит 2 прозвища. Ночной нигерийский кошмар и железный кулак. Встречайте, Соломон ADEBAYO!
Well, there is the title that is on the line tonight, the IBA Intercontinental title. And here is a man who is fighting for it. And again, if you're a fan of IBA boxing, this man needs no introduction. Was last in the ring on an IBA Champions Night in September at the National Gymnastics Arena in Baku. I was ringside to commentate on that contest. He lost a majority decision over 8 rounds over Jackson Murray, a boxer out of Australia who was nicknamed White Chocolate during his time in the gyms in America. He added to his craft. Those 2 towering heavyweights produced a terrific contest in the Azeri capital of Baku. That was back in September. It's his first outing since then in the boxing ring. And this man, let me tell you, it's like a truck. 14 fights, 13 wins, and of his 14 fights, and of his 14 fights, all but one of them have been ended inside the distance. A 93% KO ratio. The IBA Pro bout not going on to his professional card, so he remains an undefeated professional He's in search of his first IBA.PRO win here tonight after that majority decision reversal against Jackson Murray of Australia in Azerbaijan set time. Solomon ADEBAYO of Nigeria up into the
Добро
black corner.
пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Боксер из Таджикистана! Davlat BOLTAEV!
What a reception for Davlat BOLTAEV, the man from right here in the Tajikistan capital of Dushanbe. An absolute hero, an icon of the boxing ring. His fervent fans who are in attendance here tonight. And the bespectacled figure into the sight of his adoring fans here now. Davlat BOLTAEV, 2023 Asian Games gold medalist in Hangzhou. That qualified him for the Olympic Games in Paris last summer, and he came away with a bronze at heavyweight. Terrific run through to the semi-finals where he lost to Vladimir of Uzbekistan, the eventual Olympic champion. But this man, a quick-fisted, nimble-footed fighter, possessed a beautiful ring craft. There you see his perfect record on the IBA professional stage.
Представляю вам официальных лиц.
Undefeated record, I should say,
Сергей
because he is
Хурсанов.
2-0-1
Судьи у
on
ринга
IBA.PRO now.
оценивают титульный поединок. Мансур Мухиддинов, Дмитрий Болдырев и Семен Стахеев. Судья-хронометрист Нияз Мир Папаев. И с ударом гонга рефери Сергей Giorgi. Представляю вам соперников и первого боксера в черном углу. Ему 27 лет, его рост 195 сантиметров, а вес 115 килограммов ровно. Прекрасный профессиональный рекорд. 14 побед, включая 13 громких побед нокаутом и ни одного поражения. Дамы и господа, из Лагоса, Нигерия, не знающий поражений, Соломон, нигерийский ночной кошмар и железный кулак ADEBAYO. А вот его соперник в золотом углу ринга. Ему 26 лет, рост 187 сантиметров, вес 112,8 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд. 4 победы, включая 2 победы нокаутом, ни одного поражения. Из Душанбе, Республика Таджикистан, также доселе непобежденный Davlat BOLTAEV.
Well, there is the president of the IBA, Mr. Umar Kremlov, on the right of screen. Sergei Giorgi brings both boxers together for the final instructions. Well, the tail of the tape will confirm it, but you can see that Solomon ADEBAYO enjoys a towering height advantage of some 10 centimeters over Davlat BOLTAEV. But Davlat BOLTAEV, the accomplished operator, Olympic bronze medalist at heavyweight last summer at the Paris Olympic Games, 2023 Asian Games gold medalist in China, in Hangzhou at the back end of 2023. Competing in his 4th IBA.PRO stage, 4th contest on the IBA.PRO stage here tonight. Ringside in April of last year at the Sports Palace in Almaty, where he came away with a split decision win. Sagindik Togambai. And last time out here in Dushanbe, as recently as May, scored a 2nd round win over Zachary Serge Amugu. Terrific display where he shook up the man from Cameroon repeatedly, dislodged his mouthpiece on several occasions. And the man, well, he's been put under pressure early. ADEBAYO mentioned the fact that he's not been in the ring since last September and doesn't want to get caught cold while he's working off the ring rust. 10 centimeter height advantage enjoyed by the KO king Solomon ADEBAYO. 14 fights, 14 wins in the pro ranks, 13 of them coming inside the distance. And if he hits you, you stay hit. But his timing just seems a little off at the moment. Put on the end of a right cross, he slid down the black corner turnbuckle. And my goodness, that's a wonderfully picked right hand by Davlat BOLTAEV, and I'm not sure that ADEBAYO is going to beat the count. He has beaten it, gamely got back to his feet. But BOLTAEV on him in a flash, and has proved to be a really good finish. He jumps into the canvas for the second time, into the delight of this capacity home crowd here in Dushanbe. I think it's going to be an early finish because Solomon ADEBAYO is not going to beat the count. And that is why we are experiencing jubilant scenes here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in the Tajikistan capital of Dushanbe, because Davlat BOLTAEV has made short work of Solomon ADEBAYO, the KO king, who has scored 13 inside the distance victories in his 14 wins, has been KO'd here by the quick-fisted accuracy of Davlat BOLTAEV. His fans giving him a rapturous standing ovation at the conclusion of what was a really quick, efficient victory over the man from Nigeria. Umar Kremlev nodding on approvingly as to what he has just seen from the 2023 Asian Games champion and Olympic bronze medalist. Continues to build momentum on the IBA professional stage, and my goodness, isn't this his home venue a happy hunting ground? Back-to-back wins inside the distance here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. Got his man out of there in the second round in May, and he's gone one better here. Successful defense of his IBA Intercontinental title. With the head of IBA.PRO Boxing, Mr. Al-Fiesta, just presenting that belt for the videographers, capturing these images. And distinctive Tajikistan flag flown ceremoniously up in the stands here by this capacity crowd. What a performance BOLTAEV has produced. Solomon ADEBAYO, after that lengthy absence from the boxing ring, not given any opportunity to get into it. Taken out in the opening round. Now draped beneath that red, white and green flag is Davlat BOLTAEV. Now we heard Mr. Umar Kremlev say in the build-up to this contest that if BOLTAEV or his compatriot Bakhodur USMONOV get their man out of there before the end of the fifth, they'll be presented with an apartment. That would have been the case for ADEBAYO, of course. Here's the verdict.
2 минуты и 8 секунд первого раунда. Одержал победу нокаутом и, оставаясь не знающим поражений, стал чемпионом IBA.PRO Intercontinental в супертяжелом весе Davlat BOLTAEV, Tajikistan.
The capacity crowd dialing up the decibel level to maximum here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. Davlat BOLTAEV, a first round KO winner. Let's listen in to the president of the IBA. So, well, let's listen in to Davlat BOLTAEV as he addresses the crowd.
Я хочу выразить слово благодарности нашему лидеру, пешой миллат, Мухтарам, Умаи Рахмо, و محترم رئیس شهر دوشنبه رستم امالی. Огромное спасибо за данную возможность, все, что Умар Назаров делает для меня, для всех боксеров. Вам спасибо, это мало, я просто слов благодарности, как вы сказали. Ма Азора Амадмегунки, да Тинджу Оромони, а мы хей возможность то доре. ما خدا با شکر میگم مامی باید تو پنجم راوند ناکاوت میشی وقتی ما فهمیدم محترم رئیس شهر انجام میشه ما نمیتونستم دلشی دوم تو ما باید یکم راوند تمام میکردم Я боксом не так давно занимаюсь. У меня, когда на Олимпиаду ехал, в общем было 12 боев. И мало кто верил, меня верил тренер, федерация также поддерживала. Я когда-то тренером был на тренировке, я сказал, тренер, я не знаю просто, как это получится. Но я вам обещаю, что я олимпийскую медаль принесу. И я это сделал. Также здесь присутствует президент Федерации MUSAEV Мухтарам Раис Шах Рустам Эмомали, а также международный президент Ассоциации бокса Умар Кремлев. Я также перед вами сейчас обещаю, что может не сегодня, не завтра, но в скором времени тут будет пояс чемпиона мира всемирная. Я вам обещаю. Я также хочу поблагодарить свою команду Центр прогресс бокса, где я проходил свою подготовку, передавали моего тренера, который сначала со мной и до сегодняшнего времени, какие трудности бы не были. Огромное вам спасибо, Бабаджанов Али. А также всем, кто поддерживает. Спасибо большое. Акай Берус, Аматонда Рахма. Бачо, Азор Ама.
Davlat BOLTAEV.
So, to the victor the spoils. Davlat BOLTAEV posing with the IBA president, Mr. Umar Kremlov. We take a look at some of the action from what was a brief heavyweight contest. ADEBAYO showing signs of ring rust. Wasn't able or allowed to get into his own flow. Clubbed to the canvas twice in the opening round, right hand doing the damage. And then the second time he was unable to beat the count. The IBA president stated in the build-up to this IBA.PRO evening in Dushanbe that the winners of the main contest here tonight, if they get their opponents out of there before the 5th round, they will be gifted an apartment. And my goodness, hasn't BOLTAEV made sure of that? You saw him presented with the keys to his new castle by the IBA president, Davlat BOLTAEV, a first round KO winner. He has that IBA Intercontinental title in his possession. Our Fiesta doing the honors of strapping it around his waist. Davlat BOLTAEV with a really impressive opening round here.
Дамы и господа, турнир Финлайн IBA.PRO 8 проходит в рамках Центральноазиатского международного экономического форума в Душанбе. И вашему вниманию следующий поединок. 6-раундовый бой IBA в полулегком весе. Судьи у ринга: Мансур Мухиддинов, Семен Стахеев и Дмитрий Болдырев. И ваш рефери Сергей Журкин. А в черный угол добро пожаловать боксеры из Азербайджана по прозвищу Тайфун, Тайфур ALIYEV.
So the action continues here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. Our next contest is scheduled for 6 rounds in the 57.2 kilogram division, and into the arena steps one of Azerbaijan's most decorated IBA 3-round boxers, Tayfur ALIYEV. 28 years of age now is the man from Azerbaijan, who is commentating back at the 2015 European Games, where he came away with a bronze medal in his homeland at the 56 kilogram division. Later that same year, he competed in the World Championships, lost at the quarter-final stage to the estimable Michael Conlon, who topped the medal roster at 56 kilograms that year. Competed in the Olympic Games in Tokyo in the delayed games of 2021. 2022, he was a European under-22 silver medalist at 56 kilograms. Tayfur ALIYEV undefeated in the professional ranks.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Боксер из Таджикистана Akmal UBAIDOV.
Well, what an ovation for the home crowd in attendance here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace as they await the arrival of Akmal UBAIDOV. He too, no stranger to IBA Pro Night Champions Nights event. Commentated on him here last year, where he prevailed on a split decision victory over Ashulzan Serikbay, and returned to this very stage early this year and prevailed in an incident-filled contest against Yerzhan Zelilov. Incident-filled because he was docked a point in the 5th round, hitting after the referee's instruction to stop.
28 лет, рост 171 сантиметр, вес 57,84 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 2 победы без поражений. Но он бронзовый медалист Европейских игр и бронзовый призер Исламских игр, чемпионата мира среди военнослужащих, участник Олимпийских игр в Токио 2020. Дамы и господа, из Баку, Азербайджан, Тайфур, Тайфун ALIYEV. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу ринга. Ему 24 года, рост 167 сантиметров, вес 57,74 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 5 побед. Все 5 побед одержаны нокаутом, ни одного поражения. Дамы и господа, чемпион Азии 2024 из Душанбе, Таджикистан, Фотан, Акмал UBAIDOV.
So Mr. Sergei Zhurkin with the final instructions. Well, a quick look at the tail of the tape. These two talented boxers, and what a contest we have in store here as Akmal UBAIDOV of Tajikistan faces off against Tayfur ALIYEV of Azerbaijan. We're underway. It's a contest made at 57.2 kilograms. Scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds between two very accomplished operators indeed. Tayfur ALIYEV of Azerbaijan, hugely decorated boxer in IBA 3-round affairs. His see him just scoring effectively to the body, but was inaccurate in his attempt to bring a left hook to the head. 28 years of age now, the man from the city of winds, Baku. Facing off against the man undefeated in IBA.PRO boxing, and that is Akmal UBAIDOV. So UBAIDOV wearing the white trimmed with gold. So the two men are seeking to establish their lead hands here. Nice thrusting jab to the body by UBAIDOV. Sought to bring the right hand into play. Right hand lead not too far away. It was of the looping overhand variety from ALIYEV. Approaching the halfway stage of this opening round, as both men seeking to continue to think and feint their way into punching range. See that half cover guard and the layback being employed by ALIYEV. Beautiful left hand to the body to end that cluster from UBAIDOV. Now turning southpaw as he's wont to do. Beautiful illustration of the effectiveness of the half-cover guard, because you see ALIYEV seeking to tuck his chin behind his shoulder and protecting his torso with his forearm, and the straight right hand that was driven in was caught by the forearm, as was that the left hook caught by the right glove and forearm of ALIYEV. So effective defense is erected out of that half-cover guard by the man from Azerbaijan. So reaching for the southpaw right jab is UBAIDOV. Now back of an orthodox boxer is the switch hitter. Beautiful left jab off the back foot from ALIYEV. Left hook on the break. Now this is what got UBAIDOV in trouble in his most recent outing here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. Let a shot go after the referee said break, and it cost him a point in the 5th round. He was able to prevail on a unanimous point decision over 6, but it was that same trait demonstrated in that opening round that caused him to invoke the ire of the referee. First round in the book. So into the second round then, a little bit of a tardy start. Cries of Akmal reverberating around the arena here. Akmal UBAIDOV with a terrific run through the most recent edition of the Asian Championships. He would seek to work head and body against ALIYEV, but boxing his way to the gold medal rostrum in the 60-kilogram lightweight division. Terrific series of wins at that most recent continental event in Thailand, but keeping his composure on the rope, slipping and sliding, a little bit of a matador step as he came off the strands from ALIYEV. But two clever, quick-fisted fighters. Trying to box their way into their preferred territories here. Rather inaccurate with that left hand was UBAIDOV, currently operating as an orthodox boxer. Perhaps each man just a little cautious as ALIYEV continues to operate out of the half-cover guard, because they know that their opponent is so quick and in invariably so accurate. Counter right hand not too far away. And a bit of a spine buster applied by UBAIDOV. Picking his man up and slamming him down to the canvas like a move from entertainment wrestling. But this is the noble art of self-defense, the sweet science of boxing. Nice jab to the body. Pushed off the back foot, keeping his head out of harm's way, and then resumes the action as a southpaw boxer, UBAIDOV. Big swing and a miss with the right hand against the southpaw from ALIYEV. Again, I was suggesting that they're a little circumspect and cautious about making a mistake because it's likely to be countered in an instant. Good double left hand out of the southpaw stance from UBAIDOV. 2 minutes 20 gone. ALIYEV shapes up beautifully, but inaccurate with his work as he's just finding UBAIDOV difficult to catch cleanly. So with that being the case, would it be advised to perhaps seek some body attacks more to try and double up the attacks, because UBAIDOV's dealing with his first phase of attack pretty effectively. So he's able to evade those single jabs, as is ALIYEV when he evaded the lead left of UBAIDOV, but lead left hook towards the head. Easily evaded it. ALIYEV does drop down and score with his right hand to the body. Trying to sneak a combination as the bell was about to sound to conclude that second round. Keeping his composure under fire. There was a solid left hook from ALIYEV. So moving to the third round then. Tayfur ALIYEV shooting out that jab. Altogether, quicker jab comes from UBAIDOV. ALIYEV countering with that lead left hand once again. Real thinking affair this one. Offensive opportunities difficult to come by. They're going to have to be created with feints that are convincing. Accurate attacks. But again, here's a good jab to the body. I was about to say, ALIYEV hasn't really shown much interest in the body on a consistent basis. Here he tries to drop down with a thrusting jab downstairs. Jab not too far away from ALIYEV. Persisting with the half cover guard. Nice change of angle with the feet. Tried a speculative left, but it was smothered and negated by UBAIDOV. Minute gone in this third round. Big swing and a miss from ALIYEV. And again, the attack perhaps being launched from too far away if you hope to catch a fighter as quick and clever as UBAIDOV. UBAIDOV doubling up the attack and scoring downstairs to the body with straight punches. Continuing to operate out of the port-sided stance. Left jab. Scoring shot from UBAIDOV from ALIYEV, but then he was caught near the neutral corner. Southpaw left, accurate during that cluster of punches. Left hand lead out of the southpaw stance. And again, where is the accuracy on ALIYEV's work? Bad intentions behind his punches, but he's not taking his feet with him, and he's just swinging away at the stadium night air here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace. Minute remaining in this third round. Nice movement in the pocket from ALIYEV. Speculative left hook attempted. UBAIDOV was able to land leather on flesh and bone, but I think it was around the shoulders, maybe the traps of ALIYEV. But still, at least he's feeling him. He's making him feel it. ALIYEV got to be more accurate and active with his punch output here for my money. The left jab got through his half cover guard and just touched into the solar plexus or thereabouts. I think ALIYEV, approaching the halfway stage of this contest, has got to do more. That left hook may have grazed the head of UBAIDOV. Beautiful right uppercut, left hook uncoiled by UBAIDOV. And now ALIYEV is bracketing his head with his hands, dispensing with the half cover guard. It was an altogether more conventional hands held high guard. So rather staccato action here, but it's UBAIDOV, for my money, who is getting the better of it. ALIYEV has got to improve his accuracy and, dare I say it, his punch output as we prepare to enter the second half of the contest. Into the second half of the contest, and terrific start by UBAIDOV, working over ALIYEV to both head and body. Seemed to have a quick cluster of punches that didn't really have any meaningful intent behind them, and then he thought to cling on, only to be tossed down to the canvas. So it's been a brisk start to the second half of this contest, scheduled for 6 by Akmal UBAIDOV. Again, what type of adaptation can he bring to his strategy? He turned his back on his opponent there. Referee Mr. Sergei Zhurkin on that infringement in a flash, because he appears to be running out of ideas here, does Tayfur ALIYEV. Takes a good right hand to the body that was driven in out of the orthodox stance by UBAIDOV. Tucking up in anticipation of the shot coming in. Effective feinting from UBAIDOV. Left hook as he spins off the line. There, ALIYEV tried to bring hooks and uppercuts into play. Nice right hand landed with a bent elbow from ALIYEV. Perhaps his best shot for some time. There's a nice left hook on the inside landed by ALIYEV. And after enduring a rather difficult start to this fourth round, he's got his shape back behind him neatly, and he scored with some eye-catching punches. Approaching the halfway stage of round number 4. Counter right hand not too far away from ALIYEV after UBAIDOV fired in. He's continuing to shoot away with that southpaw left cross. So can ALIYEV maintain the accuracy? He's fighting a right uppercut. Beautiful right hand lead from UBAIDOV. Caught ALIYEV squarely on the chin. ALIYEV seeking to turn uppercuts underneath. 2 minutes gone in this fourth round. There's a nice right hand driven into the body from ALIYEV, who perhaps is aware that he's trailing in this contest. At least that's how I see it. And he's seeking to quicken his feet and walk his man down, swinging and missing before his momentum took him down to the canvas is Akmal UBAIDOV. Nice jab on the resumption out of the orthodox stance from UBAIDOV. Now he's back in the southpaw once again, then inviting pressure, totally square on the ropes, spins back out to the space of center ring and shoots a beautiful left cross out of the southpaw stance, straight down the pipe. ALIYEV exchanging jabs the 2 minutes. He's on the front foot, looking to bring the right uppercut into play now. But can he maintain the attacks and not allow UBAIDOV to escape? Because you see the inaccuracy on that big swing and a miss. Is UBAIDOV feeling the pace? And if so, it tests his conditioning with some sustained pressure. That's a rabbit punch around the rear of the head as the two men were entangled just before the bell. Some of the action from that round. So we're going to the fifth then. Remember, this contest scheduled for sixth. Tayfur ALIYEV showing signs of getting himself back into it in that fourth round. And here he's bringing the intensity once again. Active with that jab and seeking to bring the backhand into play. Can he sustain that? Look at the inaccuracy on the work of UBAIDOV now. And swinging and missing is far more energy sapping than landing on flesh and bone. Really is a flashy boxer. There's a nice right hand lead followed by a left hand to the body from UBAIDOV. But when he tries to score from long range, his accuracy has dipped rather precipitously during the course of that fourth round. Can ALIYEV take advantage? Can he check whether UBAIDOV is feeling the pace? He's seeking to extend his perfect record in IBA.PRO events here in Dushanbe. ALIYEV put some doubt into his mind and tried to slow down the quick-fisted attacks, where the accuracy has decreased, as evidenced by that attempted cluster where he wasn't able to find a range. But neither is ALIYEV, as he's starting his attacks from too far away and not taking his feet with him. Roundhouse left, not too far away out of the southpaw stance from UBAIDOV. Scoring left hand to the body, as ALIYEV again is leaping in and not finding the range, and he's allowing UBAIDOV to escape from the confined position near the corner. ALIYEV did have success in the fifth round when he made him miss and was able to counter and make him pay, but he hasn't been able to find that type of sustained quality here in the fifth, as another takedown ensues. It's becoming rather untidy, this one. I think both men are feeling the pace, but who is feeling it more significantly? UBAIDOV's accuracy has plummeted. Maybe tries the southpaw left. He is having success to the body comparatively. Again, keen to cling on and force the intervention of the referee. I think opportunities are being presented to ALIYEV here because of the fatigue that I sense that UBAIDOV is experiencing, but maybe he is equally as gassed and not able to demonstrate his skills. Both men continuing to reach for punches. There's a right hand to the chest from ALIYEV. Bodies clashing together forcefully on the inside. So swinging a miss with the southpaw left from UBAIDOV. Keeping the attack going in the follow-up left hand. The second of the two left hands during that left-right-left combination, I think, did get through and got ALIYEV's attention. Closing seconds of this fifth round, and another maul ensues, and that's often a sign of fighters who are feeling the pace. But after showing signs of life in the fourth, Tayfur ALIYEV not able to maintain it in the face of a man who really appears to be feeling the efforts of his exertions here. But perhaps Tayfur ALIYEV is equally gassed, and that's why he wasn't able to demonstrate his considerable skill set.
Заключительный шестой раунд.
So we move to the sixth and final round, and referee Mr. Sergei Giorgi, oh my goodness, he just spoke into the boxes before allowing time in. He said to both of them, let's cut out the wrestling. And what do we see? A takedown move, forcing the referee to wipe the gloves clean of Tayfur ALIYEV after that trip to the canvas. So ALIYEV flicking out that jab. Again, he can't improve his accuracy on the attempted single shots. Would he be advised to let shots go in volume? Does he have the energy to do that? Just let leather land where it may, because for my money, he's trailing in this contest. There's a good two-shot combination to the body. The right hand was a straight cross into the pit of UBAIDOV's stomach. But UBAIDOV, looking busy, takes a stiff left jab during that exchange, attempts a left hand hook out of the southpaw stance. And just as he's done on every previous appearance here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe, Akmal UBAIDOV to harness the energy of his adoring hometown fans. Again, beneath the waistband and picking up ALIYEV, and it seems to have provided something of an elixir, because having asked the crowd for support, ALIYEV is a fighter refreshed and he's going through the gears here, scoring effectively with both left and right to head and body. UBAIDOV enjoying a purple patch of that round, as ALIYEV seeking to secure his own get-back, put on the end of a southpaw left twice in quick succession, followed by a right hand. After turning the corner, UBAIDOV is now an orthodox boxer, and it's Tayfur ALIYEV keen to hold on. So less than a minute remaining, reaching with the left cross to the body, but off the mark was Akmal UBAIDOV. And he's produced a burst which, unless Tayfur ALIYEV does something significant in his final 40 seconds, could well be decisive. More clever killing of the clock, bout management employed by Akmal UBAIDOV, gave the judges something they could remember, with those quick-fisted flurries to both body and head when he asked the crowd for some encouragement. Then he's gone walkabout, he's claimed his man on occasion, and Tayfur ALIYEV just hasn't been able to respond as he's left to fall face first into the ropes. It's been a very clever display, this, from Akmal UBAIDOV. And now he's saying to Tayfur ALIYEV, stand and fight, letting clusters of punches go. Counter right hand was an eye-catching shot from Tayfur ALIYEV. But I think it's going to be another victory here on home soil from the man who hails from right here in Dushanbe. Akmal UBAIDOV with a very clever display indeed. At the start of that sixth round, he appeared to be looking busy doing nothing. But then he asked the crowd to give him some love, to give him some energy, and my goodness, didn't he take advantage of that. A cameo during the course of the final round, and I think it's enough to take the round, and I think he's done more than enough to declare the winner on points here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace. Some of the actions from the contest. This is where he started asking for energy, and that was the response. Beautiful right hand lead, and then a pinpoint combination to rattle the head of Tayfur ALIYEV. Another eye-catching right hand, and that burst of impressive, accurate, eye-catching punch picking did enough to secure the final round. And I think it's about to be declared a winner on points here. Need official confirmation, of course. So Akmal UBAIDOV aggressively engaging with the fans ringside here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace. All we await now is official confirmation.
По завершении 6-раундового боя обратимся к судейским запискам. 60-54 и 58-56 дважды. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу одержал и остается не знающим поражений Akmal UBAIDOV, Tajikistan.
So Akmal UBAIDOV absolutely ecstatic at having been declared a unanimous point decision victor over the estimable Tayfur ALIYEV of Azerbaijan. He makes it 3 wins out of 3 here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace on the IBA professional stage in his hometown. Very good display indeed, a clever display because he had to manage his resources during the course of that contest, particularly of energy in the closing stages of the bout. But my goodness, the quick-fisted flurries were eye-catching. Tayfur ALIYEV doing his best to remain in the contest, but I don't think he was accurate enough or consistent enough with his punch output.
Akmal UBAIDOV. Уважаемые дамы и господа, наступил момент, который вы все так долго ждали. IB Challenger при поддержке главы IBA Умара Кремлева, Международной ассоциации бокса и Федерации бокса Таджикистана с гордостью представляют вам главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый бой за титул чемпиона IBA.PRO Intercontinental в легком весе. Добро пожаловать в ринг. Промоутер, директор IBA.PRO Алсиеста. И супервайзер Сергей Хурсанов. Дамы и господа,
So Mr. Alciesta into the boxing ring with that IBA Intercontinental strap.
приглашается претендент из Камеруна по прозвищу Безжалостный Кристофер The Ruthless MUIBALIKHONOV.
So into the arena steps Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV, 29 years of age, is the man from Cameroon, resides in Switzerland, nicknamed the Ruthless, brings a 12-fight professional record through the boxing ring, 11 wins, just 1 solitary loss, and 6 of those wins coming inside the distance. 6-fight winning streak since that sole reversal, coming back in April of 2023. Has boxed extensively in Switzerland since that time, his last starting in February of this year, coming in Kigali. So no stranger to boxing on the road. Most recent outing
Добро пожаловать в
Rwandan capital.
золотой угол ринга. Обладатель чемпионского пояса из Таджикистана Bakhodur USMONOV.
Well, once again, the home fans are showing out and showing love for one of their own. A because into the arena with his hat to the back steps Bakhodur USMONOV. Outstanding boxer in the 3-round format of the IBA code. World Championship bronze medalist in Tashkent, Uzbekistan a couple of years ago. I was ringside to commentate on that tournament. Absolutely sensational operator. Represented Tajikistan at the Olympic Games as well. Perfect on the IBA stage and an undefeated 10-0 in the professional ranks. His most recent outing coming in May of this year right here at the Tennis and Water Sports Complex, where he scored a third-round knockout
Супервайзер
to take
Сергей
that
Хурсанов.
IBA
Судьи ринга
Intercontinental title that he
оценивают
defends
главное
tonight.
событие. Дмитрий Болдырев, Сергей Журкин, Игорь Бещук. Ваш судья-хронометрист Нияз Мир Папаев. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге Семен Стахеев. Итак, дамы и господа на трибунах, миллионы фанатов бокса во всем мире в прямом эфире с арены Дворца тенниса и водных видов спорта. Турнир «Главное событие вечера» Винлайн IBA.PRO! Представляю вам соперников. И первым претендента в черном углу ринга. Ему 29 лет, рост 170 сантиметров, вес 61 килограмм ровно. Его профессиональный рекорд – 11 побед, включая 6 побед нокаутом и только одно поражение. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBO Global в легком весе, представляющий Биль, Швейцария, родом из Камеруна. Приветствуйте, Кристофер The Restless MUAFO! А вот и его соперник в золотом углу ринга, обладатель чемпионского пояса. Ему 27 лет, рост 174 сантиметра, вес 61,5 килограмма. Его прекрасный профессиональный рекорд – 10 побед, включая 5 больших побед нокаутом и ни одного поражения, дамы и господа. Он чемпион Азии 2019, призер чемпионата мира, обладатель пояса WBA 2025 и действующий чемпион IBA.PRO Intercontinental в легком весе из Душанбе, Республика Таджикистан. Приветствуйте, Bakhodur USMONOV!
So Mr. Semon Stakiev with the final instructions as we take a look at the tail of the tape between Bakhodur USMONOV and Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV. The IBA Intercontinental title on the line. Bakhodur USMONOV wearing a white trunks trimmed with gold, looking to defend the title. He secured so impressively on his last outing here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. It's scheduled for 10. It's a contest made at 61.2 kilograms. It's practically the lightweight limit, just inside the 135-pound or 9 stone 9 lightweight limit. A few ounces inside. Let's see, MUIBALIKHONOV just seeking to establish his left jab, slightly shorter of the two boxers. Seeking to just gauge the distance with his own lead left, but USMONOV is a really skillful operator, capable of boxing in so many ways, as we see him varying the height on that jab to the body, countered immediately by a jab downstairs by MUIBALIKHONOV. Nice left hand to the chest and right hand to the rib cage from MUIBALIKHONOV. Turn the right hook around the corner. Mention the fact that he's rattled off 6 wins without reply since that lone reversal taking place in Bern in Switzerland. WBO global titleist. He secured that in September of last year. And what those multiple titles do, as is in the case in IBA.PRO boxing, as MUAFO lands a good right hand to the body, they get you on the radar for bigger titles. Continental titles, intercontinental titles, things of that nature, whichever designation you have or sanctioning body you have to be boxing for, as MONOV goes in search of the left hand and then drops it down to the body beautifully, turns the palm to the ring lights to score with a left hook just above the belt line, brings the jab back upstairs. That is the value of those titles, stepping stones often for grander things, and gets the fighter used to being a champion, in possession of that belt, and stokes their hunger because they want bigger belts and the bigger attendant prizes that goes with it in this sport of boxing. Prize fighting. The bigger the fight, the bigger the prize. Nice left jab being established by USMONOV now, but MUAFO clearly demonstrating that he knows his way around the boxing ring, but you can see now the taller man, USMONOV, just beginning to establish that long left hand and keep MUAFO on the end of it. Another left jab shoots through the gap over the low-held hands of the Cameroonian boxer based in Switzerland. So it was a bright start by MUAFO, but USMONOV, the more we have gone into the round, is just began to control things for my money with that lead left. Nice movement to avoid the jab from MUAFO. Terrific quality in evidence during the course of that opening round. So we move into the second round, as well as that World Championship bronze, where I had the privilege of being ringside at the magnificent Karamova Arena in Tashkent to see him occupy the bronze medal rostrum, with both men starting brightly to begin this second round. After being put on the end of jabs, MUAFO responding with combinations downstairs of his own. Now he's looking to bring the uppercut into play. USMONOV really determined to put his man on the end of that lead left stick and keep him beyond his own punching range, given the disparity in height and reach between these two boxers. But that World Championship bronze was always on the radar of fans who follow IBA boxing, because USMONOV claimed 2019 Asian Championship gold at the 2019 edition in Bangkok. Never present the following 2 editions on the medal rostrum, taking bronze in Dubai in 21 during the COVID lockout, and 2022 in Oman. And now USMONOV seeking to go through the gears once again. Nice parry block with the right glove from MUAFO, knocking down that incoming offense from USMONOV, who's just electing to drop that left hand while he was out of punching range to vary the angle of arrival from that lead left hand. And look how busy he is with it. And MUAFO, well, he's got his hands full trying to deal with that. You see him trying to counter, nice head movements as he engaged reverse gear and allowed those shots to go over his shoulder, but a beautiful double left hand, body, and an uppercut to the head from USMONOV, and then bringing the right uppercut into play as well. Terrific tempo being set beyond the halfway stage of this second round by USMONOV. MUAFO, all the credentials that he and ability that he brings to the ring. No panic evident in his body language, but he's going to have to begin to try to respond. There's a nice counter jab. You see how it landed with a bent arm from MUAFO. But now seeking to get him back on the end of the straight lead left stick Oh, beautiful double left hand from Usmanov. Body then head. It was a hook to the body, an uppercut to the head. Really eye-catching work with the lead hand, and again he continues to remain incredibly active with it, snaking it out repeatedly. Jab, then an uppercut, then a right cross over the top. And MUAFO, there's a solid left jab from him. He's in the contest, but he's got to do more as he has his chin checked by a right hook out of the orthodox stance, then a right hand slung into the body in a bid to bring those hands down by Usmanov. Inaccurate was MUAFO in response. But this is really clever boxing being produced by Usmanov. And MUAFO, there he scores with a left jab during the course of a combination. The follow-up was inaccurate, but at least he's showing competitive spirit and letting Usmanov know that this is anything but one-way traffic. Terrific round of boxing. I happen to think the greater punch output and accuracy of the work from Usmanov is enough to take it, but MUAFO continuing to show him that he is up for the fight with some moments of quality of his own. Good round. So we move into the third round. It's scheduled for 10. Usmanov back in the ring for the first, after having been in there as recently as May, stopping IBA.PRO of the Philippines in the third round to claim that IBA Intercontinental lightweight crown. MUAFO was last in the ring in February, as mentioned, in the Rwandan capital, Kigali. There's a nice left hook, followed up by an attempted right and another left hook by MUAFO. But after the final two shots were inaccurate, he was put on the ropes and worked over effectively to both head and body by Usmanov. And again, Usmanov seeks to impose his physicality and keep MUAFO on the end of his punches. Wonderful left hand slung into the body that dipped MUAFO's knees momentarily, but again, he's showing his competitive spirit. Fights his way out of the corner, gets back to the space of center ring, and continues to go in search of his own offense. But he's finding a dynamic figure in front of him in the form of Bakhodur Usmanov, whose punch output has been unrelenting for the first 2.5 rounds of this contest scheduled for 10. MUAFO trying to answer, but inaccurate once again. The left hand continuing to be snapped out into his face. There's the right cross, but then good work to both body and head from MUAFO. But you see, having the first and final word is Usmanov going through the gears beautifully, almost threatening to push MUAFO through the ropes, but he got himself off the strands, back to the space of ring center, but he's being touched up repeatedly by this trip hammer of a lead left hand. Beyond the halfway stage of round number 3, and Usmanov is setting a terrific pace in this lightweight contest. There's a low blow that threatened, that did indeed stray low. The referee, Seyman Stakiev, on that infringement in an instant. No complaints from MUAFO, but again he's continuing to be fed a steady stream of leather here. There he has his own success. Now he finds himself on the ropes once again, and Usmanov seeks to capitalize on his position of confinement. Nice two-shot combination from MUAFO. But he's not being given any room to think or set or breathe by Usmanov. Non-stop punch output being produced by the 2023 World Championship bronze medalist. Beautiful right hand lead slung into the body by MUAFO. Goes in search of a jab, couldn't find a range. Left hook to the body is a nice counter shot from MUAFO. Comes back with a left jab of his own. So MUAFO at times punching with Usmanov. Oh, and there's a left hook that wasn't too far away. Because when he's going in search of his own offense, when Usmanov isn't punching, he's often inaccurate, and then finding Usmanov come straight back. But when he elected to punch with him, he had some real success, particularly with his left hook to the body. Good response and intelligence shown by Christopher MOUAFO. So moving to the fourth round, MOUAFO seemingly making an adaptation to punch with USMONOV during the closing stages of that fourth round, and he had real success, particularly with his crisp left hook to the body. Right uppercut brought into play by MOUAFO, but it found the space had been vacated by USMONOV, who's seeking to establish that left jab once again, operating out of a different posture now, more flat-footed, hands held high. As I say that, he gets back onto his toes, and look at how he was able to touch MOUAFO repeatedly with that left jab. There's a nice counter left hook from MOUAFO, but then having the final word, shooting punches in between the high-held gloves of MOUAFO, is USMONOV. He's doing a really good job as the two men exchange left hooks downstairs. MOUAFO was really eye-catching as he leaned over to his left and drove in the left hand with the palm turned upwards. But then again, it's USMONOV ensuring that he goes first and last. Of course, this is boxing. When you're in with a competent operator, as USMONOV continuing to vary the height of his jab nicely, that's just competitiveness. Roy Jones Jr. often said if you hit him once, he wants to hit you twice. If you hit him twice, he wants to hit you 6 times. During the course of his glittering career, and now it's USMONOV with MOUAFO pinned to the ropes. He's contemptuously grinning that gum shield, but he was scored upon to the body. Now he's trying to distract USMONOV, but he's too professional for that. Left hand to the body from USMONOV. He's countered by a left hook to the head from MOUAFO, showing that he's still competitive, but he lost that portion of the round because he was outworked effectively by the accurate offense of USMONOV. Beautiful combination to both body and head again from USMONOV. Impressive variety being shown by the 2019 Asian champion. Continuing to adjust to life in the professional ranks. Made his debut after his Olympic appearance, before his Olympic appearance in Tokyo, coming in December 2020. So he's switched the two codes effectively, as so many of the elite IBA operators do, but it's USMONOV, busier boxer once again. While he was caught on the inside, MOUAFO was in search of him with left hooks, couldn't find the range, nobody with that right hand lead. MOUAFO finding himself on the ropes once again. Clever counter left hook from MOUAFO, but not until after he was scored upon with a greater number of punches from USMONOV. Another good round of boxing, and the pattern that has been established continuing here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace, because MOUAFO clearly knows what he is doing. Beautiful exchange of body shots between these two skillful operators, but I just think that USMONOV, his greater volume, is giving him these rounds. So, wants it to pick up the pace and work with, or indeed outwork, Bakhodur USMONOV. So into the fifth round then, it's a lightweight contest scheduled for 10. Usmanov eliminated in the round of 32 at last year's Paris Olympic Games. Who decided to commentate on that tournament? It was Vladislav Rozenov who bested him. But to give you an idea of the man from Bulgaria's abilities, he holds the win over Erislandi Alvarez, the man who went on to claim Olympic gold in Paris last year. That is the type of caliber that is often being showcased on IBA.PRO nights. This is IBA.PRO 8 back in Tajikistan once again. One of Tajikistan's favorite fighting sons from right here in Dushanbe finds himself in a competitive match. It's a match I think he's winning as we approach the halfway stage, as he lands a beautiful right hand left hook in a reverse 1-2. But he's in against Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV, WBO global lightweight title. Again, that's a stepping stone belt en route to world honors. The two men are producing compelling spectacles so far. Counter left jab not too far away from MUIBALIKHONOV. He offers the low held hand guard now. Hands up, back around his temple, takes a jab to the body in between his elbows, counters with a jab of his own after being scored upon to the body. You see the greater volume continues to come from Bakhodur Usmanov. Wonderful variety with the lead left hand, again scoring upstairs and downstairs. Seeking to answer was MUIBALIKHONOV, but rather inaccurate with his attempted response. Well, he really isn't being left alone here, Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV. Always finding leather in his face, and Bakhodur Usmanov in his presence, and because of the height advantage that Usmanov enjoys, he can often be in his own punching range, which is beyond the wheelhouse of the more compact boxer from Cameroon. Nice use of the legs from Usmanov to increase the gap between himself and MUIBALIKHONOV. MUIBALIKHONOV going in search of a left right to the body, but couldn't find the target. Usmanov steps back in on flat feet and scores with a left right upstairs, then a left hook to the body followed by a right hand beneath the left elbow. MUIBALIKHONOV responds with a right hand to the body, went in search of a left hook upstairs, inaccurate, and then it's in Usmanov's punching range, but beyond that of MUIBALIKHONOV. Now he gets back into mid-range and scores with a left hook to the body. Counter left hook from MUIBALIKHONOV is an effective shot. The roundhouse right is inaccurate from MUIBALIKHONOV. But a very good round of boxing once again, but once more I think it's a repeat of what has gone before, in that the greater volume of punches, the more consistently landed punches coming from Bakhodur Usmanov. So into the second half of this contest we go. 5 rounds completed, a scheduled 5 rounds remain. It's lightweight action, made at 61.2 kilograms, which is just under the lightweight limit of 135 pounds. And so far for my money, the man in white who just resumed the same pattern once again. There's greater activity. Must have him ahead on the scorecard. At least that's how I see it from our commentary position here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace. But MUIBALIKHONOV move into the second half of the contest. Perhaps aware of that, there's a wonderful corkscrew left hand from Usmanov. He has come out with more urgency, quickening the tempo in this 6th round. And there is a good combination of punches upstairs and downstairs, followed by a final salvo up to the head from MUIBALIKHONOV. Usmanov answers immediately, using that piercing left jab once again. Nice movement in the pocket from USMONOV, rolling at the waist to cause the shot from MUAFO to go over his head. And then he's in and out with the feet once more from USMONOV. There's a beautiful thrusting jab to the body from MUAFO. And another one, but he's countered by a left uppercut from USMONOV. So what can MUAFO do to sustain these attacks? He's picked off by a left jab once again. Tries a flashy counter right uppercut, but was off the mark, and it's USMONOV with an eye-catching left hook to conclude that combination. Then a sumptuous left hook down to the body from USMONOV. Then bringing uppercuts through the middle. The hands of MUAFO momentarily coming down. You can see he's in terrific condition, as is USMONOV. But again, MUAFO quickening his feet now, getting over that front foot, working effectively to the body, inaccurate to the head. So would he be advised to try and target the body of his taller opponent? Good double right hook out of the orthodox stance, and then keeping the combination going is USMONOV. Right hand lead wasn't too far away from MUAFO. Goes in search of a left uppercut, which was inaccurate, but the right cross which followed was right on the money. Beautiful spearing jab once again from USMONOV in between the high-held gloves of MUAFO. MUAFO standing flat-footed at center ring. Good jabs to the body from MUAFO as he pours forward. But again, he's met by USMONOV and picked off as he sought to retreat. Well, it's a competitive contest, this, but I find it very difficult to score the round in favor of MUAFO, because as competitive as he's been, as crisp as his work has been, USMONOV has demonstrated all of those qualities, but just more of them in every completed round so far. So MUAFO very much in the contest, but I'm not convinced that he's doing enough to win the contest, because this man's punch output has been unrelenting. Round 7. That's a nice right hand to the body from MUAFO. Now did it stray around the rear to make it an illegal punch, kidney punch. Nice left jab, the stabbing variety from MUAFO, but then look at that response, jabbing to the head, working down to the body before coming back up to the head from USMONOV. So the quality that MUAFO possesses clear for all to see, but he just hasn't been able to demonstrate it quickly enough, and that is down to the man in front of him, Bakhodur USMONOV, who has not given him any time to set. Look at that variation of the jab once again, up and down to both body and head. Right hand over the top, threatening to strain to rabbit punch territory from MUAFO, but again, that's from good movement from USMONOV. Sporting touch of gloves, the action resumes, and it's USMONOV incessantly working behind that lead left hand once again. Exchange of jabs. See MUAFO just force USMONOV to back up. Now he comes forward, doubling up the jab. But look at the non-stop movement from Bakhodur USMONOV, who's utilizing the space of the ring beautifully, raiding attack with a left and then a right hand to the body beneath the left hand, the left elbow of MUAFO. So can MUAFO turn these cameos of quality into more consistent success? Easier said than done, of course, because the man in front of him simply does not stop moving as he scores with another left jab to the body just a few moments ago. Counter left jab is an effective shot from USMONOV, and then turning that jab into a hook. Inaccurate with the right hand over the top. MUAFO altogether close with the left hand that followed to the body. What a right hand from MUAFO, and it dipped the knees of Bakhodur USMONOV. MUAFO with his best shot of the entire contest, catching Bakhodur Usmonov as he was advancing. It doubled up the impact, and the man from Tajikistan had his knees dipped. Now he's back beyond punching range, allowing his head to clear. Did MUAFO recognize to the extent to which he seemed to buzz the man, keeping his shape nicely, remaining disciplined, but that his best shot of the entire contest, and it gives us the most dramatic interlude we've had as Usmonov, seeking to back away from the incoming fire, finds his head in between the ropes. That, of course, illegal. Closing 20 seconds of this 7th round. Looking for the right hand once again was MUAFO. This time it strays around the rear of Usmonov's neck. There he gets another right hand through. Usmonov trying to respond with shoe shine punches. Beautiful defenses with the gloves from MUAFO. Left jab is the final shot of the round from Christopher MUAFO. His best round of the contest, courtesy of a beautifully picked overhand right, which checked the chin. There it is. And look at how it disrupted the boxing stance of Bakhodur Usmonov, the 2023 World Championship bronze medalist. That is the threat that MUAFO possesses. We've admired his ring craft and his skill set throughout this contest, but we're of the opinion that there simply wasn't enough of it in comparison to the non-stop work being produced by Bakhodur Usmonov. But that one moment of quality hasn't quite turned the tide of the contest, but that will surely give him encouragement and inspiration with 3 rounds of boxing scheduled to remain. So we move into round number 8. Christopher MUAFO landing his best shot of the entire contest, perhaps the best single shot from either man in this affair. And that's not to negate from what they've done so far, because the combination from each of them has been a joy to behold. Left, right to the body from MUAFO, and the body punching in particular has been a delight. There's another right hand over the top from MUAFO, which got Bakhodur Usmonov's attention. He had to cover up, skit away. And MUAFO, well, you'll know that his right hand can do damage here now. Shaking out that right arm. Is Usmonov okay? There, well, the way he's thrown that right hand, it seems to be okay. We're just stretching out that elbow momentarily. Approaching a minute gone in this 8th round. MUAFO in search of the right hand once again. He won't want to become right hand happy. Beautiful 2-shot combination, then spinning off the line. Little gentleman's agreement between the 2 boxers there. I think Usmonov felt that he was hit low, so they just stood off. That's a right hand driven into the body, right uppercut, left hook from Usmonov. His wonderful combination punching. And now Usmonov, if he was momentarily stunned by that overhand right, my goodness, hasn't he got his wits back about him now? Because the non-stop movement has returned, as has the wonderful shot selection, as evidenced in that combination there. And MUAFO, in comparison, is he perhaps putting his store into a single shot against a man like this, who isn't holding his feet at all? It's going to be very difficult to catch cleanly. Is Usmonov. There he wasn't too far away with the left hook, MUAFO. There he goes for the big overhand right once again, but it went long over the shoulder of Usmonov. There's the right hand success once more. So twice in 2 rounds, MUAFO has found the range with his trusty backhand, and it's certainly got Usmonov's attention. But Usmonov back to his movement, back to sticking and moving and scoring frequently on his man with wonderful variety, showing his full repertoire of shots from just about every territory. My goodness, what a display being produced by Bakhodur Usmonov here. Slip and then a counter left uppercut on the inside. Both men inaccurate with singles as they attempted to trade off at center ring. First and third boxing from Usmonov once again as he ended the exchange with a wonderfully crisp left jab. So MUAFO trying to get himself back into this portion of the round. Inaccurate with the left hook. Tucking up and slipping and sliding on the inside behind the Philly shell defense. But Usmonov keeping the movement going laterally left and right. Now on the front foot, snaps out another jab. The final scoring shot of the round. What a round. Again, MUAFO having success with a right hand over the top. but that surely not enough to negate the non-stop punch picking that was produced. There was the right hand success, which was again the most solid shot of the round, but USMONOV's punch output was incessant during the course of that 3-minute stanza. So we move into round number 9. Bakhodur USMONOV's first scoring shot of the round is a jolting left jab from him. MUIBALIKHONOV comes back with a 1-2 combination to the body, dipping at the knees nicely to exacerbate the difference in height and scoring with those 2 straight punches to USMONOV's torso. Counter right uppercut not too far away from USMONOV after he drew the lead from MUIBALIKHONOV, but he was inaccurate with his 2-shot salvo. Look at how that left hand is able to snake its way in between the high-held gloves of MUIBALIKHONOV. MUIBALIKHONOV aware of that, onto the front foot, but made to swing and miss. Now finds himself pinned against the strands as USMONOV could turn the tables cleverly. But MUIBALIKHONOV fights his way off the strands with an effective combination, only to run into more varied shots from Bakhodur USMONOV. Again, USMONOV changing angles in front of his man repeatedly. They're stepping off the line back and to his left was MUIBALIKHONOV, but then scored upon with a good left jab to the body. Now it's USMONOV who strayed below the belt line. Sporting touch of blood between the two, no harm intended. Back on the jab immediately, here's USMONOV. Look at that for a double jab, body and head, cracking it out like a whiplash into the target of Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV. What can he do to try and slow down this man's punch output? His best punches have been the overhand right to the head. There was an eye-catching one in round 7 which really got the attention of USMONOV. Dipped his knees, made him become momentarily disorganized. I would have thought, given his structure and the repertoire that he possesses, that he scored with a good left hook to the body after he was left hooked upon, he would be wise to attack the body of USMONOV as he's operating out of the half-cover guard here now, tucking his chin behind his left shoulder. But look at the way USMONOV's gloves were able to get behind that right glove. And MUIBALIKHONOV, covering up on the ropes, comes off the ropes with a beautiful right cross that was straight and solid down the pipe. But then it's USMONOV scoring once again, counter right hand from MUIBALIKHONOV once more. Terrific two-way action, but for my money, it's USMONOV getting the better of it. Again, that jab has been non-stop. Beautiful lead left hand once more, turning it into a hook, and there it is once again, followed by a right hook around the corner. It's a result of years of practice, and to keep pumping out that jab like that, my goodness, Bakhodur USMONOV in some shape. Another good round of boxing. wonderful to see that sportsmanship between the two boxers as we enter the 10th and final round. This contest made at 61.2 kilograms, just inside the lightweight limit of 135 pounds. Vladimir USMONOV surely well on the way to retaining that IBA Intercontinental title. Earned last time out on the IBA.PRO stage here in May at the Tennis Water Sports Palace. Nice combination, putting MUIBALIKHONOV onto the end of straight punches, and surely MUIBALIKHONOV needs a stoppage here now. No doubting the man's quality and ring craft. He clearly knows what he's doing up in a boxing ring. Running to accomplished IBA and indeed professional boxer who's in terrific form here tonight. Again, look at that lead left hand, and that has been his Sunday punch on his Tuesday night of fight action from the Tajikistan capital. Right hand to the body, left hook to the head, not too far away from MUIBALIKHONOV. Scored upon with another left jab and another one. My goodness, that left hand has been a constant presence in the face and body of Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV. And again, look at Vladimir USMONOV go through the gears. MUIBALIKHONOV trying to respond, but he didn't take his feet with him. On the short of the mark. Left hand through the glove, right hand around the rear of the glove, and Vladimir USMONOV with the finish line in sight. Really putting his full repertoire on display here now. Scoring beautifully, both upstairs and downstairs. MUIBALIKHONOV again showing the competitor that he is, but he's been touched up repeatedly by this blizzard of blue boxing gloves from Vladimir USMONOV. Contemptuously shakes his head, but he's been scored upon heavily by USMONOV with just about every punch in the book. Inside the final minutes of this final round, as a single right hand is slung into the body from USMONOV. There MUIBALIKHONOV scores with a counter right hand over the top. There's a left jab from MUIBALIKHONOV. Again, that left jab has been active and accurate all night long from USMONOV. The final 30 seconds of the contest. MUIBALIKHONOV only needs a single shot KO here. Show that he's got the armour with which to do it, because in the round 7, he uncoils a left hook to the head, then follows it up with a left hook to the body, digging away with punches from both flanks with MUIBALIKHONOV, but he's not going to find the KO finish that he needs. Here's a left hook from MUIBALIKHONOV. Vladimir USMONOV content to disengage. And that is because he has just produced a very good display indeed. Wonderful to see that respect between two accomplished operators. There can be little doubt that it's Vladimir USMONOV who will be declared a victor here now. He makes his way over to exchange sentiments with the coaches of his team, of his opponent. Vladimir USMONOV, who was presented with the incentive, as was Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV, of a finish before the end of the 5th round. The winner would have been granted a brand new apartment. That is something that Davlat BOLTAEV was able to take advantage of. The first round stoppage in his super heavyweight contest in Sullivan ADEBAYO. USMONOV producing a very good display, filled with variety, accuracy, activity, because his punch output barely slowed from opening bell to last. Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV demonstrated his abundant quality during the course of the contest. In the presence of the IBA president, Mr. Umar Kremler, Mr. Al Fiesta, man heading up IBA.PRO boxing. Presents Vladimir USMONOV with that IBA Intercontinental belt once again. Successful first defense, surely produced by the Olympian Vladimir USMONOV.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, по завершении главного события вечера обратимся к судейским запискам. 98, 92 дважды и 97, 93. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений чемпионом IBA.PRO Intercontinental в легком весе Bakhodur USMONOV.
So Bakhodur USMONOV, draped beneath that distinctive Tajikistan flag, the IBA Intercontinental title proudly strapped around his waist. A very good display indeed to be declared a points decision victor over Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV. Standing ovations from the fans in attendance here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. And wonderful to see that respect and sportsmanship between the two. No complaint from Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV. He played his part in what was a really entertaining, high-level affair of quality boxing. But my goodness, Bakhodur USMONOV was on it tonight. Incredibly active, varied with his attacks, had his chin checked by a cracking overhand right in the 7th round from Christopher MUIBALIKHONOV. MUIBALIKHONOV showcased his ring generalship, but simply not enough of it in the face of the non-stop sticking and moving from Bakhodur USMONOV. Proudly posing with his team who get him ready to fight. He's the man who does the fighting.
Слово
Even though boxing is the ultimate
чемпиону.
individual sport, the preparation very much a team effort, and Bakhodur USMONOV acknowledging that by sharing this glorious moment of victory with his entire team.
Salam alaikum. Vadim Tajik Hamakasan. Hazor Ahmad.
Well, let's take a look back at some of the highlights from this contest. As Bakhodur USMONOV addresses the crowd here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe.
Bakhodur USMONOV. Дорогие друзья, наш турнир не заканчивается. Нас ждут еще 2 поединка. Не расходитесь, пожалуйста. Это будут горячие противостояния. Обещаю. Дорогие друзья, а в нашем ринге Раймхуль Малакбеков. И у него есть что сказать вам, уважаемые зрители.
Добрый вечер, уважаемые друзья. Мы вот сейчас сидели и выбрали лучшего болельщика. Я хочу его пригласить на ринг. Его зовут Шурик. Вот, подойди, пожалуйста, на ринг. Вот, мы тебе вручим ключи.
Это Шурик. И он избран лучшим, самым горячим болельщиком сегодняшнего вечера. И получает от президента IBA Умара Кремлева ключи от автомобиля.
Well, we mentioned the fact that the winners of the main event, if they got it done inside the end of the 5th round, they would receive the keys to an apartment. That's what Davlat BOLTAEV earned. And the selection of the coolest fan in the house here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe has been presented with the keys to a new car. What a wonderful night it has been here in the Tajikistan capital. A rare Tuesday night fight night here on IBA.PRO 8. Wonderful action from top to bottom. And we hope to see you again very soon for more action from
Дамы и
IBA.PRO
господа, мы
events.
продолжаем. И вашему вниманию четырехраундовый поединок IBA во втором полулегком весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол. Боксер из Грузии по прозвищу Капо Giorgi Kapanadze.
Well, I'm delighted to say that the action continues thick and fast. We've got a swing bout and indeed one more about scheduled. But here it is, Giorgi Kapanadze, four-time national champion from Georgia, making his way to the boxing ring. Made his professional debut in March of this year. Got off to a winning start in his homeland, scoring a second-round knockout over one of the business's journeymen. So Giorgi Kapanadze entering IBA.PRO stage.
А в золотой угол ринга приглашается его соперник из Таджикистана. Встречайте, Дамир MUIBALIKHONOV.
The opponent is Damir MUIBALIKHONOV.
Studio
First outing
Estimo, takdim
on
mekomat.
the IBA.PRO stage, an accomplished amateur. Competed extensively representing Tajikistan in the three-round format of boxing. Just 19 years of age. Had a terrific
Итак,
run
знакомьтесь, боксер
to
в
the
черном
silver
углу.
medal
Ему
in
26
the
лет.
recent Asian
Рост
Under
170
22
сантиметров, вес
Championships.
58,4 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд. Один бой, который он одержал победой нокаутом. Дамы и господа, четырехкратный чемпион Грузии из Рустави, Грузия, Giorgi Капо Kapanadze. Его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 19 лет, рост 178 сантиметров, вес 58,86 килограмма. Сегодня у него профессиональный дебют, но он чемпион Республики Таджикистан, финалист чемпионата Азии Ю-22 из Хорога, Таджикистан. Приветствуйте, Дамир MUIBALIKHONOV. Рефери поединка Мансур Мухиддинов.
Head up. No low blow. And listen to my command. Shake hands.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape. Considerable advantage in height and reach for the 19-year-old from Tajikistan, Damir MUIBALIKHONOV. So we're underway then. So the contest made at 59 kilograms, scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Two talented young boxers from the three-round format of IBA boxing. A southpaw wearing black trimmed with gold, who is reaching for a southpaw right to the body, followed by a left cross over the top, is the four-time national champion of Georgia. That is Giorgi Kapanadze. His opponent, the taller figure wearing the white trunk trimmed with gold, is just 19 years of age. It's his professional debut. And because he's still a junior, first time out of the vest, and he won't too long have been out of the head guard. Boxed his way to a brilliant silver medal on the continental stage at the Under 22 Championships in Colombo in Sri Lanka just a couple of months ago. There's a left hand over the top from Kapanadze. repeat that success. Is a wonderful double jab and a rapier-like right cross from MUIBALIKHONOV. Can he maintain that gap between himself and his more compact, marauding opponent is seeking to exert front foot pressure and perhaps impose his mature man strength on the teenager. Wait, there's a difference in maturity, difference in experience. Left hand over the top, not too far away from the southpaw KAPANADZE. Now bringing the left hook into play. Same again, right hand left hook from MUIBALIKHONOV. KAPANADZE showing no respect. Oh, that's a wonderfully picked roundhouse right from MUIBALIKHONOV once again. Finding his range very accurately with these flashing shots. Can he keep the more compact figure away by extending that long left jab? Surely that's where he doesn't want to be, given the long torso that he has to protect. Of course, you've got a man coming at him with bad intentions in the form of the compact KAPANADZE. MUIBALIKHONOV seeking to continue to operate out of the space of the boxing ring. Wonderful right hand once again. Stops KAPANADZE in his tracks. KAPANADZE just being forced to back up by MUIBALIKHONOV. So closing seconds of this opening round. Looking to bring the backhand into play now and really stamp his authority on the closing stages. Here's Damir MUIBALIKHONOV. Some of the action from the opening round. A long left hook and a solid right cross. Landed from practically the opposite side of the ring from where KAPANADZE was seeking to launch his own offense. The reddening around that left eye. Increasingly accurate straight shots of MUIBALIKHONOV. So moving to the second round, it's scheduled for 4. 59 kilogram division. The contest made at 59 kilograms, and again, MUIBALIKHONOV now demonstrating some back foot boxing. When he extends straight punches on the back foot, there is a massive gap that exists between himself and his opponent, but credit to KAPANADZE because he's continuing to press forward. Two-phase attacks, multi-phase attacks to try and keep the pressure on the teenager. Solid left hand driven into the body, and there's a right hand from KAPANADZE which caught MUIBALIKHONOV with his chin up in the air. Given his towering dimensions at this particular weight, can often avoid punches by employing the layback, but the shot kept coming and it followed him like a heat-seeking missile. So effective defense with the right glove to fend off the incoming fire from KAPANADZE, and then beautiful work with the left hand, doubling it up with MUIBALIKHONOV. Jumping and weaving his way forward, but only finding MUIBALIKHONOV has ghosted away was KAPANADZE. So can KAPANADZE get close and launch a type of swarming attack that saw him catch MUIBALIKHONOV with his chin up in the air? Looking for a sustained attack that will... Oh, and there it is once again. Kept the attack going, inviting pressure. MUIBALIKHONOV sat on the ropes totally square. His chin was up in the air like a weather vane, and his chin was clocked because of it. good portion of the round for KAPANADZE. Can he keep it going? There he drives in a hard left hand to the sternum, drops down and goes in search of a left hand to the rib cage. And remember, in this his professional debut, Damir MUIBALIKHONOV will have never heard the timekeeper say round 4. His team will have prepared him for that in sparring as KAPANADZE goes in search of a left hand to the body, then left hook to the head. But surely, the 4-time national champion of Georgia will be wanting to make this as physical and as attritional and as ugly, dare I say it, as possible. Here he roughed him up on the inside, bringing the inside of his gloves into the face of the teenager. Beautiful shot. Variety once again for MUIBALIKHONOV. He's doing a good job keeping his composure in the face of this aggression that KAPANADZE is looking to assert. Kept his composure on the ropes, but surely that isn't where you want to be. Like a man swaying in the rigging, he was able to avoid the incoming fire. Something of a tightrope being walked when he's in that position, for my money, by Damir MUIBALIKHONOV. But wonderful right hand, straight down the pipe. But there was the right-left combination as KAPANADZE was able to keep the attack going. MUIBALIKHONOV's chin up in the air, totally unprotected. MUIBALIKHONOV just having it checked in this his professional debut. So into the second half of this contest then. MUIBALIKHONOV seeking to get onto the front foot. 2 rounds completed, the schedule, 2 rounds remain, and that is an effective tactic being adopted by Damir MUIBALIKHONOV, because when you share the ring with a tall pressure fighter, they can eat up the space in a hurry, and having been backed up and retreating to the ropes during the course of that second round, where he was caught square, he was caught just as he was there with his head up in the air on occasion. Damir MUIBALIKHONOV coming out with renewed intensity during the course of this third round, onto the front foot and seeking to back up the more experienced Giorgi KAPANADZE. Can he maintain that type of assertive pressure, hitting after the referee's command of stop? A couple of shots downstairs and a little love tap to the chin. KAPANADZE scoring with a southpaw right and left on the resumption. There he's seeking to get over the front foot once again. KAPANADZE keeping his wits about him, bobbing and weaving, turns his man. Again, it can be really uncomfortable when you're in the boxing ring with a tall front foot pressure fighter. The guys who used to come out of the famed Funk Gym in Detroit. Milton Notorious, left hands get through from KAPANADZE. Thomas Hitman Hearns, of course. Great Emmanuel Stewart is again wonderful left hand, this time off the back foot from MUIBALIKHONOV. Again, got caught coming in, did KAPANADZE, but he's achieved his objective by driving MUIBALIKHONOV to the ropes. MUIBALIKHONOV seeks to get onto the front foot. It's becoming a little untidy through this passage of the round. Just under a minute remaining. KAPANADZE always keen to try and assert his dominance to get onto the front foot. Did you see how the veteran held the top rope while pinning MUIBALIKHONOV there? These are the types of tricks and tactics from experienced boxers that MUIBALIKHONOV is going to have to get used to. Remember, you can only make a debut once. And what an experience this is proving to be for Damir MUIBALIKHONOV. Will be hip to all of these tricks next time he steps back into a ring without a vest. As Kapanadze seeking to old man him at times, tying him up on the ropes, launching sneak attacks. But what a competitor MUIBALIKHONOV is proving to be, backing up the man behind stiff right hands and showing that he won't be out-muscled in the physical stakes. Some of the action from that round. Kapanadze having success with these pot shots on the chin, which is invariably high in the air. MUIBALIKHONOV
Заключительный 4-й раунд.
So to the fourth round we go then. Damir MUIBALIKHONOV into brand new territory in this, his professional debut. And look at the way he's able to get onto the front foot and keep his man on the end of straight punches once again. And that is a really effective tactic. When he finds his timing, when he finds his distance, when over that front foot, putting his man on the end of that right cross. And Giorgi Kapanadze simply cannot get anywhere near this towering figure from right here in Tajikistan. Oh, but there's a good right hand out of the southpaw stance, landed by Kapanadze. And again, all of this is going to be a valuable learning experience for the teenage debutants. Because having had success by getting over the front foot, keeping his man on the end of his straight punches, no time to switch off. Got to be defensively responsible after the hands have been let go. Get the hands back into the on-guard position, slip, slide, move the head, change angle, beautiful right hand to the body with a corkscrew shot with the palm turned upwards, and he's driving Kapanadze back. Now he dips beneath the incoming offense and seeks to pin MUIBALIKHONOV into the corner. Terrific action this in the fourth and final round. On a resumption, Kapanadze keen to let his hands go and get on the inside before MUIBALIKHONOV could establish his stance and put him on the end of straight shots. That's what he's got to try and do right now, get back inside the tentacle light reach of the teenager. Remember, into round 4 for the first time in his career, MUIBALIKHONOV. Kapanadze seeking to make it as physical and ugly as possible up at close range. Terrific volley of punches, the final left hook threat to sneak behind the defenses of Kapanadze from MUIBALIKHONOV. Kapanadze, terrifically competitive, trying to pin his man against the strands once again. And you can see as his chin is glanced by 2 shots, one from either flank. MUIBALIKHONOV not designed for that type of work on the inside. It's going to take a week for those arms to unfurl compared to the more compact figure of Giorgi Kapanadze. But in this type of territory, if you can keep the straight punches extended and get them back in rapid fire fashion, it will make it a very difficult mission for Kapanadze to try and get on the inside. Here's a right hand left hook from MUIBALIKHONOV. Again, totally square on the ropes to increase the size of the target. Credit to Kapanadze, he's trying to get his own offense away. Bustling away down to the body. And that concludes the contest. A terrific contest between 2 inexperienced professionals but accomplished 3-round boxers in the IBA code. What a wonderful moment for Damir MUIBALIKHONOV. He's dealt with the occasion. Remember, he's from right here. And he's been on the posters promoting this contest. He's dealt with the pressure, he's dealt with the experience and the reputation and indeed the skill set of Giorgi Kapanadze, because I think the man in the gold corner have done enough to win this. Of course, we require confirmation from the judges. But it was a terrific contest with plenty of two-way action. This man's best coming at long range, and when he got onto the front foot, what a difference it made to the complexion of the contest. But this man wouldn't allow him that type of dominance and always found an answer, driving him back to the ropes, catching his chin when it was up in the air. Plenty of faults to be corrected from MUIBALIKHONOV's point of view. And again, if he's going to box with his hands down, that's a prerogative that some boxers like to employ. But it does come with inherent risk. Not suggesting you have to change it, but this man will have made him mindful that if you miss with your chin up in the air, you're likely to be made to pay. And then, testing the stoutness of your punch resistance. Better not to get it checked at all, but of course, this is the sport that we love. Can't take a shower without getting wet. So we're awaiting official confirmation. I think that this man has been enough to be declared as the victor, but how will the scoring judges see it? 4 at 59 kilograms.
Итак, дамы и господа, в этом поединке соперники были достойны друг друга, а судьи единодушны в своем решении. Все трое судей 38-38, ничья!
And it's a draw. Well, it was close, it was competitive, and KAPANADZE has been rewarded for always answering, catching the chin of MUIBALIKHONOV when it was up in the air. I have to think that MUIBALIKHONOV had done enough to take it, but as I pointed out, KAPANADZE always did a terrific job of answering and making the talented teenager pay for his mistakes. And at the end of 4 3-minute rounds of boxing, the judges couldn't separate them. Even Steven on the scorecards. So KAPANADZE remains undefeated in this his second outing in the pro ranks, and it's a draw to open the ledger without the vest for Damir MUIBALIKHONOV. Terrific contest, and perhaps we'll see them do it again on the IBA.PRO stage.
Дамы и господа, итак, вашему вниманию заключительный поединок турнира Финлайн IBA.PRO. 4-раундовый бой в полутяжелом весе. И первый, в черный угол. Добро пожаловать, боксер из Узбекистана, Абдулазиз Абдулбатаев.
So into the arena for our final contest of IBA Pro 8 is Abdulaziz Abdulbatayev, 2022 Asian champion. And he comes to the ring with a perfect professional record. 3 wins out of 3, and all of them coming inside the distance. And another man.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга, боксер из Таджикистана. Встречайте, Некрус Салалимов.
His opponent into the arena for his 2nd professional contest. That is Necrus Salimov. Right here in Dushanbe in Tajikistan. Olympic qualifying event Bangkok in Thailand at the indoor stadium Mark. Finals in the IBA World Championships in Tashkent a couple of years ago. Marino Fendero in the quarterfinal stage.
Итак, знакомьтесь, боксер в черном углу. Ему 25 лет. Рост 180 сантиметров, вес 80,35 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 3 победы. Причем все 3 победы одержаны нокаутом, ни одного поражения. Чемпион Узбекистана, чемпион Азии Ю-22, финалист турнира Golden Belt Румыния из Андижана, Узбекистан, Абдулазиз Абдулпатаев. Его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 26 лет. Рост 185 сантиметров, вес 79,8 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 1 победа, без поражений при 1 ничьей. Чемпион Республики Таджикистан, финалист Ю-22 чемпионата Азии из Душанбе, Таджикистан. Приветствуйте, Некрус Салимов! Рефери поединка Семен Стахеев.
So look at the tail of the tape in this final contest. Scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. 79.4 kilograms. We're underway then. It's a contest between 2 very talented operators indeed. The taller figure wearing the white trimmed with gold is from right here in Dushanbe. That is Necrus Salimov. Undefeated professional. Really talented operator in the 3-round format of IBA boxing. He was just scored upon a few moments ago with a 2-shot burst to the body from his opponent, Abdulaziz Abdulpatayev. From Andijan in Uzbekistan. Perfect record he brings to the professional boxing ring. 3 wins out of 3, and all of those wins coming inside the distance. It's been a long time out of the boxing ring for Abdulpatayev. Salimov, his most recent bout he's just done in the professional ranks, and again he tried to qualify for the Olympic Games last year. There's a nice long right hand over the top against his more compact opponent, drops down and scores with a good left hand to the body, but was countered over the top from Abdulpatayev. So the tactics, plain and simple, the more compact figure out of the black corner. Abdulpatayev, who's not too far away from walking onto an uppercut there, has got to try and get inside the longer, rangier reach. Wonderful counter right hand over the top from Salimov once again. Turns a right uppercut underneath, and that is a really effective weapon against a more compact opponent who's keen to get onto that front foot. Stiff left jab snaked out, followed by a right uppercut from Salimov. Right hand down the pipe wasn't too far away from Abdulpatayev. There's a minute remaining in this opening round. Left hook was a long shot attempted by Salimov. Quarter-finalist, as mentioned, at the World Champs, the most recent edition. Multiple national champion of Tajikistan. That's a wonderful right-hander on the corner, and was an Asian under-22 championship silver medalist in the same city, Tashkent, Uzbekistan, back in 2022. That's an idea of the credential that he brings into the boxing ring in the nascent stages of his professional career. Looking for the left hand to the body, but shot going long and inaccurate was ADEBAYO. So getting onto the front foot is the taller man, and that second left-right did get through. The right hand with a wonderfully picked punch. Seeking to fight fire with fire was Salimov. Was ADEBAYO in the face of that scything overhand right from Nekru Salimov. Some of the action from that opening round, and there was the right hand from Nekru Salimov in the closing stages, wonderfully picked over the top. It's reminiscent of Dmitry Bivol, the way he was able to just use his arm like a whiplash, and a glove at the end of it acting like a boulder. Smooth, fluid punch picking with that overhand right. You see the reaction it brought about from ADEBAYO as he put his hands up almost involuntarily. Has the minute interval been enough for ADEBAYO to get full control of his senses and coordination once again? Contest resumes, and on the resumption, wonderful use of the lead left stick being exhibited by Salimov. Hearing the timekeeper say round 2 and answering the bell for the second round represents brand new territory for ADEBAYO as a professional. The 3-round format, of course, has gone the 3-round course on many an occasion, but in his 3 contests in the professional ranks, all of them have ended in the opening round. Last in the ring as a pro in December of 2023. So he's been out of the ropes arena for some time. Seeking to get behind the left jab once again is Salimov. Good thrusting jab to the body from ADEBAYO. Short with the left hook was ADEBAYO. Long with the body shots, and then the left hook went around the rear of the head. Sees accuracy not what it needs to be through this passage of the round from Abdulaziz ADEBAYO. Approaching the halfway stage. Wonderful left jab from Salimov. Went in search of the right uppercut, but was just off the mark. Flicking out that left hand from the belt line now. And Salimov enjoying a wonderful phase of this round with his eye-catching sharp shooting successes. There's another single jab once again. Tries to turn it into a chopping left hook on a downward trajectory to catch the advancing ADEBAYO. So, reducing his height now by adopting a wide-legged stance, while counter-attack from ADEBAYO was effective. So the mouthpiece of Salimov dislodged during that coming together. Referee calls time. Quick rinse and reinsertion, and the action will resume. Oh, wasn't too far away with the right uppercut once again, and that came after a feint with the front foot from Salimov. Seeking to time his man now, cuffing right hand around the corner, landed with the inside of the glove. Changing his feet, Euro stepping his way into range and then unfurling a corkscrew left was Salimov. Didn't quite find the range, but seeking to change angles in front of his man as the bell sounds to conclude the second. Into the third round then. Double left hook, so the second one, and then a stiff left jab follows up from Salimov. Presenting different looks to his opponent in the context of the way he's holding his stance, and see sometimes the hands will be up as he scores with that long lancing left jab to the body. Right hand against the left, which wasn't too far away. Putting on the earmuffs and protecting his temples with his gloves. ADEBAYO finding it difficult to negate the greater reach possessed by Salimov. So what can he do differently with a minute gone in his third round? ADEBAYO, because again it's becoming increasingly untidy, this one. It's almost as though ADEBAYO launches an initial attack, and if it's inaccurate or off the mark, then the two men find themselves chest to chest, body to body on the inside. There's a good left hand slung in by ADEBAYO, looking for the right uppercut. Was Salimov, but couldn't find the range. This time a left hook to the head was attempted by ADEBAYO. Again, both men at times so committed to their offense that when they miss, the momentum carrying them forward into a scrum on the inside, dipping down at the knees with almost a glutes to ground squat is Salimov. To lower his height, couldn't explode out of that crouch and land any effective offense, and another tangle ensues at close quarters. The referee allowing them to work it out before finally having to intervene. Chopping right hand from ADEBAYO, and then two beautiful shots shoved into the body from the man from Uzbekistan. That was countered by a right hand over the top from Salimov. ADEBAYO settling into a groove a little more in the final 40 seconds or so of this round. Solid left jab from Salimov, but the right hand which followed was off the mark.
Заключительный четвертый раунд.
So a touch of gloves and a mild embrace to begin the fourth and final round. It's been a spirited affair, made at 79.4 kilograms between these two novice professionals. And you see the taller man, Kalimov, lowering his height once again, but exploding out of that wide-legged stance effectively. Kilograms, bang on the light heavyweight limit of 175 pounds. In IBA 3-round boxing, of course, light heavyweight is generally around 81 or 80 kilograms. There's a slight discrepancy between the two formats of 3-round boxing and professional boxing. So again, dipping at the knees and trying to bamboozle with that lead left hand is Salimov. Trying to jab his way inside, but the two men find themselves clavicle to clavicle once again. Left hand with a scoring shot from Salimov, but the right hand which followed was inaccurate and long. We're on the halfway stage of this final round. So trying to lure him into his web now is Salimov, backing off and presenting his chin as an open target when really he wants to draw a feint that he can counter with an explosive, fast, quick response. Becoming increasingly untidy at close ranges, this one. Neither man able to find the range with any type of sustained consistency through this fourth round. Left jab leading off. It's a scoring shot from Salimov, but again, the follow-up fusillade inaccurate as it was there. Left hand first, right hand over the top. If you put everything behind it, corkscrew right hand shot in from long range from ADEBAYO. Good work to the body from ADEBAYO. Tried a sneaky left hook on the inside, but while the right hand missed, swung him around, his chin was checked by a slapping shot from Salimov. Clever boxing from the man in the white trimmed with gold. And now a little bit of showboating, trying to distract ADEBAYO. And that concludes the contest. Two men who have been out of the ring for some time, competing here on the IBA.PRO stage. Competitive. Again, the search for distance not able to be found on any sustained type of basis, but a hard-fought affair to conclude our card of boxing here from the tennis on Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe.
Итак, дорогие друзья, счет судейских записок по завершении боя. 40-36 и дважды 39-37. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу одержал Некрус Salimov.
So Nakruz Salimov, a unanimous point decision victor over Abdulaziz Abdulpatayev. Abdulaziz Abdulpatayev losing for the first time in the professional ranks. The two men producing a competitive encounter. Salimov, particularly in the first couple of rounds, producing the cleaner, perhaps more eye-catching work. So he closing the show here at E-Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. Another victory to the delight of the man from right here in his home city, all smiles after being declared a unanimous point decision victor. Well, that's an idea of how rough and tough it was. Again, that was the right hand towards the end of the second round, which just brought the hands up of Abdulaziz Abdulpatayev almost involuntarily. And then credit to Abdulaziz Abdulpatayev, because the more we went through the contest, the more he was able to get himself into contention. Showboating, trying to distract Abdulpatayev by Salimov in the closing part of the round. So that about wraps things up from here at the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe. IBA.PRO 8 is in the books as momentum continues to build with this innovative concept, featuring outstanding boxers in competitive bouts from all around the world. From the entire team who brought you coverage of this IBA.PRO Pro 8 show from the Tennis and Water Sports Palace in Dushanbe, it just remains for me, Ronald McIntosh, to say thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you again for more action from the IBA Pro Series. Bye for now.